put this here and then hi everyone, how are you all doing? welcome in, Esco and Frost and Stanislaw. Hello. I hope you've all been well. He caught me doing a, what would you call it? I forget. It's this thing they used to call in drama when you would change clothing, no, dressing change? Something of the sort. But welcome in. Hello. I hope you've all been well since the last time we chatted. Been up to anything fun, up to anything nice and fancier of the likes? I'd love to hear about it. And oh boy, Tivo, now that's a name I haven't heard in years. Speaking of today, I have been 6 months sober of League, and I don't know how to feel about it. They're coming out with a new way to control the characters with WASD, and it looks like a lot of fun. However, it's just a man, I've been so good.
Just redeemed stretch.
Sure. Alright, for the stretch, you want to start off by going to the right. Then you want to go to the left. Then you want to go backwards and then forwards. And then you want to make sure you do next stretches too. You want to go to the left. You want to go to the right. You want to make sure you do a little bit of a lean. Another bit of a lean. Gotta make sure you go backwards. And then freeze for a second. Forwards. And then make sure you also do your twist and down. And then also twist and down. There we go. All stretched out. Lovely. And I'm so excited for WASD controls. It's going to be so rough on people who don't have experience in games. Frost, don't tell me you're also a League player. Say it's the people I seem to talk to a lot. It just runs. I don't know if it's some water that everyone's drinking or something. League is one of those games where as soon as I miss it, I play one game and then I remember I don't miss it anymore. I think once it releases, I'm just going to have to spend a game getting it out of my system, and then I'll be ready to go back to not playing it again. Oh boy, well, usually I add like a little pack and no. I genuinely enjoy the game. Well, I do too. I really enjoy it. But then it's the thing of, I don't know, you've spent 40 minutes having fun. Yes. However, imagine what else you could do with that 40 minutes. You could even spend it playing like Stardew Valley and relaxing instead of stressing about getting objectives. But the stress is fun, in small doses, stress can be a wonderful thing. And hi, Mr. Big. Welcome on the stream. Hello, and welcome in. I hope you've been fine. I don't think you were here yesterday, so hello. And I like the stress. See, you live by chaos and fire. When I need to cool down, then again, it also depends. I like relaxing with support. I do like me a good Veil cosplay every now and again. I'll just put on some music, some sick beats, and poke out the enemy ADC. That's one of my, I really do enjoy that. Let me get some water. Tasty. Oh boy, just thinking about the game, it's like I don't know. Aside from the LOL, how have you all been that one? Plus I'm a maniac that plays Pike. Oh yeah. That makes more sense. Say no more. The issue is I'm an ADC main, so I'm used to being dead a lot. Switched over to support, a little bit of mid, and that timer's up, so I'll stop the MMO talk. Is it an MMO? I think so. Or is it another? Yes! And hi, Zero. Welcome to stream. You need to wake up. It's time to wake up. Wake up. Indeed. I need to move on. It's a MOBA. Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you for reminding me. Alrighty, let's switch over to the planning screen. We have not a lot on today's list. It's more a thing of just the details. I have been working on my game for over a year now, and over that span of year, I have been writing code that I've tried to go to the philosophy of make sure it works, we can clean it up later. And well, later time has arrived. MOBA, I'm telling you, it's a decent game. So the hope is that because my game is now in a playable state, bugs seem to be crushed, and I have the, what was it called? The MPV, most minimum viable product, MVP, the minimum viable product of my game. Now the goal is to clean it up, refactor everything, and then we can move on to adding extra things. And I actually don't think it will come anytime soon on any meaningful game mode. Be stuck in PvE. Fingers crossed, you know what? The longer it's stuck on PvE, the better. Saying that though, let's go ahead and get into things, why don't we? Now you all get nice and comfy. I'll be right back. Don't move anywhere, all right? Just there's no need to move anywhere, really. When you think about it, just stay right there. Hi, name shift. Welcome into stream. And the cool skull, green hair lady called. I can't think of the name at the moment. But welcome in. You all can thank this lovely lobby drawn by Zero on YouTube. An MVP, version 1, most valuable player. MVP version 2. If it works, it works. Very true words. Welcome in, you know, you seem to be here, I seem to be here, and big fan of your thank you, I really enjoy the music, I think it's fun. You seem to be what could you call it, like an elevatorist lobby. Now, you need to go into this elevator, as it's really your only way out. There's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairs, you don't have any tools to mine out. I've checked, there's also no trapdoors, there's also that as well. It's just really you, the plants, and the elevator. And you know what? It's actually me here too. And you know, since you're here, why don't I make myself comfortable? As you're here, I'm here. What a better opportunity? Since if I had to guess, the elevator will be ready in, let's say, 30 seconds. Not that I know, I just have a good feeling about it. So since you're going to be waiting a little bit, I don't want to make myself approachable. Hi, how are ya? Hello there. Now, since it's just you and I, why don't I spend that time that you would be waiting for the elevator on a 30-second pitch of my game? Now, what is that pitch you're asking about? What's the game? It's called, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. And you know, since we have some time, why don't we try? Welcome to the elevator pitch, a thing I like to do at the start of my stream, where I spend 30 seconds, a minute, depends on the time, but I try my best to sell my game to you. It helps as a way for people who maybe have not had come to the stream before to learn about my game, people who are returning to get caught up with back to speed, and also for me to get better at explaining my words in as slow as possible. And what does she know? There is no OSHA here, Frost. There is only you know, actually, I don't know where we are. I wouldn't call it Backrooms-esque, but it's definitely under no, it has no reason to follow rules. Saying that, though, well, once that timer starts, and where's that timer at? Timer! Oh, 1 minute? Yeah, it's gonna count down, and at the 30-second mark is when I'll attempt to pitch my game. So let's see, if I go back here to here, make sure you are set to 1 minute, reset. Oh, hold on, that should not be that one, Okay, so once that 30 seconds is up, I'll do my best. And I put doors, ladders, emergency stairs, and parachutes. She removed them. I didn't remove them, Zero. They removed themselves. Like I said, things work differently in this space and time, and I just happen to be here, and you just happen to be here, and we're stuck in this scenario together, I didn't make it up, I'm just here. I am just an opportunist. And hi, Dark Spectre Interactive. Welcome to stream. Hello. Saying that, though, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who's been sent to a prestigious wizard academy by her necromancer family. And here she's supposed to spend the semester becoming the best necromancer she can be, but she doesn't want to be a necromancer. She wants to be a baker, a chef. So she opens up a cafe, hence Cafe Simulator, but the rhythm typing comes into play, where to make food for your customers, you have to summon it. You have to do poetry, so you have to type to the beat by typing out poems. And the idea is that over the course of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone you can do it. And I think I spent a little bit too much time on the story, not enough time on the mechanics, but overall, you know, it's not my worst work. It was totally not my best work. If I had to rate it, like, I'd say about maybe a usually 7. 7's usually where it's not too good, not too bad. It's pretty decent. But did I happen to sell you? What'd you say? I'm sure I 100% did sell you. But you know, if for whatever reason I didn't sell you, and I don't know why I wouldn't have sold you, why don't I show you how the game works? I'll take 500 copies. Good. That's what I like to hear. And it's pretty solid. Thank you, thank you. And there's, you know, OSHA here but me. I didn't say that. I did not say that. So let me go ahead and get out of my business attire and into my programming attire. So no more suit. And now we need to equip the best business and work associate and a partner in crime, not crime, partner in legalities, Bobby. And let me go ahead and show you the game. So let's see here, necrotype. So if you'd like business, Eris is my favorite part ever. Split personalities. All right, you have normal Eris, you have business Eris, and I did not type that incorrectly. Necrotype. There we go. I'm gonna need to know about these other personalities. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and also paste this into YouTube. And if that pitch didn't sell you, let me show you the current version of the game, as there is a prototype up online for you to try right this second. So let's see. Let me go ahead and bring you into Obsidian here. And saying that, what we can do is, if I go into the screen here, that screen here, run game here, you can see that's the link, it'll bring you to this page, and let's give it a go. And business, and programming. So what is the art attire? Art, draw, scribble. Doodle. You know, I just realized I happen to say words twice a lot. I don't know why. It's just fun to say. Like, welcome. Hello. Hi. They're fun. But pixel, I'm kind of feeling a doodle. Let me go ahead and make this full screen. You should be able to hear the audio now. Oh, will it not let me make it full screen? Weird. Interesting. I'm guessing maybe it's because of the new guys. That's okay. Where there is trial and tribulation, there is solving. I'm just gonna crop this game out here, and then from there, make it bigger, like that. There we go. Big screen cannot stop me, and it is fun. And hello, it's drawing a thin arm waving here. And denial is more than just a river in Egypt. It makes you. It's called truth seeking. So what we can go ahead and do is calibrate our character. So let's see. Space. Calibration complete. Now let's try playing the game. And hi Paula, welcome to stream and Refactor Gaming. Oh yeah. It depends on the person, but I think refactoring, for the people that like bug fixing, I like refactoring. I find it very comfortable. Let's go ahead and click on the tutorial here. So as I was saying before, you play as a little necromancer here. This is Gabriella, and she needs to serve this customer. So what we can go ahead is walk up to them and click on E. The customer will find a seat after running into a few walls and figure out what they want to order. And now that they're ready to order, the little hand waving motion, we can go ahead and open up our spell book. And if we look here, you can see there's some symbols, there's some things going on. And if we go into the kitchen area where this little guy is showing us to go, you'll see there's some bookcases and shelves. So if we go back to here, you can see it's a pink, purple, and a symbol. And those symbols just mean the different things in the game, different flavors. The idea is that you can combine different flavors to create different spells and different poems. And that's completely normal, running into walls. You know, I do too. And I do it all the time. So it's saying here, we need 2 flavors and a product. So if we go back to here, you can see it says sweet, bitter, cake at the bottom. So if I go ahead and grab sweet, cake, and then bitter, since it is purple, and then we're also going to need the cake, which is the product. So cake it is. We'll grab the cake, place it on the table, and now we can hold this down to start spellcasting. So holding down Q, let's see how well I can do. So this is where you type the letters. Once the letter reaches here, that's where you type it at. This is how long you have to complete the spell. So once this fills up, the spell is complete. And then here is your fail meter. If this fills up, the game's over. Let's go ahead and give it a try, why don't we? Alrighty, let's see. W-I-T H space T H R T-A-T-S space O-F space T. W-I-L-I-G-H T space A-N-D. Right, this is our part. Space G-O-A-T-S-K-I-N. Is a comma space B-I-O-L-E-N-T space. I really do need to figure out a good font. S-O-C-K-S. That's definitely a comma. But I don't remember type them often. But that's the game in a nutshell. So once we click finalize, you'll see the food is complete. So let's go ahead and grab it here and bring it over to the customer. So, customer here, they're ready to order the cake, or they're ready to eat it. So they'll go ahead and chew it all up and then are ready to leave. So let's let them leave the cafe. And that's the game in a nutshell. And maybe make the punctuations have different background colors. Ooh, I do like that idea. One thing I want to work on is clarity of the game, like in a visual update. So 100%, hold on. Let me even grab that. Oh, hold on. I didn't grab it correctly. Like that. There we go. And that would, let's see, make it pop a lot more. Yeah, I do agree. Let me save this to my console so I can have all the ideas in one area. Let's see. There we go. I also like to, hold on, let me clear my throat. We're all good. If I bring you into, let's see, hide this guy here. Yep. And then bring you into here. I also like, Colin, you suggested things before, and I also have this one here. Your ideas are very good. Thank you. And are we gonna add fishing mini games to the stream? You know what? I am not opposed to like a fishing, like imagine like a fishy type of flavor, as the game's all about collecting flavors and collecting different foods in order to do it. And pretty neat game idea. Thank you, Jibby.
Jibby just followed.
Thank you. And I could try again to say the name if I got it incorrectly. And you could also do that with capital letters. Yeah, there's a lot of different things you could add for clarity. Also for game, Jason. Let's see. By the moon and stars, don't call me a fake. I summon to me a delicious cake. That's the type of poems I do hope to accomplish. And Pisces Mancers, Fish Mage. Those could be fun ideas indeed. Let me make, let's see. It's so nice to see how far the game got. I'm really glad too. It's that thing of, it's been a lot of slow progress, but progress is progress. I cannot complain. Saying that though, let me see. Let's go back into planning screen. Let me make sure the music is good to go. As I hear the game music, I don't hear the music. The music's good to go. If I can move Spotify to where it needs to go. It does not want to cooperate with the window. Well, that's okay. Let me make sure the game is main menu. Make sure the game is, oh, I just remembered. I do need to bring you back into Obsidian. Okie dokie. So, for those of you that have been here, maybe you're just joining. It's semi-worth mentioning. However, I am currently hosting a music jam for the game. So if you click that guy there, you'll be able to see the details. Now, I say it's maybe not of ideal, as I've been hosting it for the last 2 weeks, and there is about 10 hours left in the jam before it closes. Let me also link it on YouTube as well. One thing I've added recently, and if I click on this guy to make it a little bit easier to see, double check on the audios. Yep. And I want cake. Hi, PawnXPawn. Thankfully, cake's already in the game. Just gotta make some fun, tasty cakes. If I click here, you can see I also added a new feature in the game where people can make their own spells. So they can upload audio and JSON and make their own maps. Like this one here, you can see. They can make their own things. So the idea is that people are tasked with creating their own song and map, and also their own idea of a flavor in a wizard. So if I click on that guy there, and then move it to this guy here, website here, and if you see the Necronotes jam, that should give you the info I linked to, as I said. There are 9 hours left. But the hope is that next week, we'll be seeing and we'll be playing a lot of different songs that people have made that are part of the community. And that'll be fun. And then you'll all get to vote on the game, see how hard or difficult it is, creativity, things of that nature, and the criteria. And then by the end of it, we'll have our answer for which ones will get added to the game. As the top 3 ones, well, the top 3 will get credit. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh no, words! But depending on the scoring, there will be up to 3 winners. And can't wait for people to hear my board. I'm really excited to see how this will go. As you never know, it's always a thing of the people make the community, right? So it's the thing of I can host as many as I want, but if there's no participation from all of you, then there's no jam. So I'm really appreciative of people who submit or even think about submitting, since without you, there's nothing. And I'm just thankful I can host things like sort of a one-on-two sort of thing. Saying that though, let me go ahead and now go back into this guy here and close this guy here. Now, refactoring, it is a whole headache. I can't say that, but I like a good headache every now and then. Let me bring you into concepts here, and I'll explain how my game was currently made. Let's see, lower down the volume here, bring you into, oh, I said lower down the volume. I can also close the sky. Makes it a lot easier. Okay, if I go ahead and bring you into concepts here, we'll bring myself into concepts, slide this guy over, as I said. It is now time, after a whole year of working on the project, to refactor and clean code up. And in my game, I try my best to organize it, but not go too hard on organization. So let's move about, let's go here. How about here? This seems like a nice empty space for us to put all our thoughts out. Let's see. So the idea is that, and I can actually show you, that might be a little bit easier before we start doodling away. If I go into programming here, into Godot, and let's see, a typical Eldritch God always wants people to submit. Not at all, I am of the free mind, I assure you. We can see here, if I go ahead and click on this guy, this is the file system I have currently. And in these different areas of files, let me go ahead and grab this guy to make things a little bit easier. I have files and files and files. And as you can see, things start getting really big. So the hope is that by not getting too overwhelmed, what I've been doing is I've been taking each file and then going bit by bit to hopefully make things a little bit smaller. And hi, Ansia. Welcome back to stream. It's been a second since I've seen your name, so welcome in, and welcome to you as well, Rudy. Welcome. Let me go ahead and go back to concepts here. So let me go ahead and paste these guys, as this is the best way I can explain my system, and I've been doing a lot of work to try to fix things and make things easier to read on my part, as a lot of the code I have on here is old code that needs to be deleted. Doesn't even need to be refactored, just needs to be deleted and removed. Let's go back into here. Let me make sure I also save and do a backup of my game. So let's see, Visual Studio Code. Let me make sure that is on the Git upload. And let's see, doing great. And I did read that, yep. And it's been less than a week. My memory's not too good. if it's not in front of me, it doesn't exist. What's that called for babies, where it's like, and when you hide behind something, it's just, I don't see it. Permutation? Something. I don't remember the word. Let's see. Let me make sure I save this as a pre-stream save, just in case we need to... Object permanence. Yeah, that's what it's called. Object permanence. Let's see. Pre-stream save. Lovely. And commit. And object permanence. Yep. And hi, Claude. Welcome to stream as well. Welcome in. Okie dokie. So you can see here, each is kind of a big folder. And how's the deving going? It's going great. We have reached a point in development where now we can start cleaning up code before we move on to adding bigger and better things. So if I go ahead on here, what I can write is cafe. I can write common. And so C-O-M-M-O-M-O-N, common. And then we can also write kitchen. K-I-T-C-H-E-N. The big systems that make up my game, right? Because it's a rhythm typing cafe game. So you have the cafe portion, which is the kitchen, and then you have the rhythm typing, which is the kitchen, and then you have the cafe portion, which is the cafe simulator. The thing is, this is the cafe folder. So we'll be going through these folders, cleaning up some code, reading some code. Since the hope is that since these are the big folders, we'll just go bit by bit. And hi, Y0. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Welcome in. And top one. Oh, is that a different name? Did you change your name, or? Interesting, there's 2 zeros now. Welcome in. Welcome into stream. I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game. And right now we're cleaning up code and refactoring. We're laying out the blueprints for how we're going to clean it up. And writing that well with her mouse. No, I'm using a pen. I'm using a tablet, don't you worry. And let's see. Same here, the going gets tough, but we got going, so they say. And that's good luck to you. Indeed, I'm the good one. I see. Saying that, one thing I can say is, I've been trying my best to work on a better system for entities. That's why, if you've been around here for quite a second, initially my character didn't have an idle animation, but if I click on play here and I make sure the screen is the correct screen, just make sure Godot is Godotting this guy here, I believe. Yep. And you go ahead and mute this guy like so. You can see if I go into the game, she's got a little idle animation before. Well, now she has it. She didn't have it before. And what I've been doing is I've been trying to figure out a way to do, well, file management as, think of the, hi Rodrigo, welcome into stream. And you speak kind of fast, are you excited? Yeah! I am. The faster I speak, the more excited I am. Or the more panicked, that works too. However, what I was trying to say is that, and this was something, words. This was something I was trying to figure out in terms of structuring, because a lot of code, or a lot of programming comes down to how you make the code. If I go ahead and do down here, let's see, where did my pen go? Oh, I put it back in the pen holder. And your worst nightmare, 2 zeros. Scary. If we go back onto here, we have our customer, right? Let me just make this a wizard hat, because they're a cool wizard. And then we have our main character, Gabby, here. She's also a wizard, but she's a cool type of wizard. She's a sad wizard. She's a gloom wizard. So we'll just do there you go. You get a little spider too. It's just there. There you go. So we have the customer and Gabby, and the issue is I wasn't sure, and she's kind of got broad shoulders. There you go. The issue is, how do you go about making sprite sheets, assets, things of that nature for your characters, especially when you have a lot of them? And she lists. Can you imagine like a muscle mancer? The music is just workout training, like motivational type of things. The magic is in the power of protein. That'd be great. Let me go ahead and copy these guys. If we have a lot of different wizard types, how do we sort them? How do we make sure each is different and keep up with the assets? That was something I had to figure out. As for example, I have, let's see, Necro, so we'll say Necro, CRO. They look different from your pyros, so your fire, so pyro, PIRO. Then you also have your cryo, which is your ice. So let's see, CRYO. And then you also have your healer, which I right now have Medi, MEDI. And they all look different, but they all have this exact same animations, things of that nature. So how do you keep them all the same? And to go from YHH is a muscle mancer. If I remember, there's mashals and muscles, I think I'm thinking of. I don't remember, but it's like, it looks like One Punch Man, but if it was wizards. And she's drawing non-pixel art things, it's over. Usually doodling helps a little bit. And girl for using Godot, I do enjoy. Saying that, I had to create a system that would allow me to do it. And that's one thing I worked on this week. And I'm happy with what I figured out, so I do want to show it off. Let's see, I love punch wizards and D&D barbarians who cast iron. Those are always the best. And my favorite is Gyro. What's Gyro? Gyro. Let me copy that there. Save that for later. Thank you for that one. Let's see. And ooh, YHH. I'm old. YNS is not OG anime. Don't know too much about, well, I watch a bit, not too much. If we go into here, our customer, I have figured out a system, and it's also because I use a plugin. I use a plugin called Sprite Wizard. You'll be able to find it if you go, let's see, go up to assets and do, let's see, wizard, I think. That should pop it up. Yeah, I use this guy here. And one thing I was hesitant about when I started making my game was I wasn't sure if I wanted to use plugins, but because I'm going to have a lot of silly animations and things of that nature, I need a solid system for controlling assets. So that's why I turned to Sprite Wizard. However, Sprite Wizard is a smidge limited in the fact that I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm reading, and it unfortunately it's not popping up when I click it here. But the way the system works, I had to work with the system, not try to work around it. Or maybe you could say I worked around it too. But if I go ahead and go back into here, and I open up my customer, so we go back to our customer scene here, our customer. The idea is that we have a customer, and the customer has a sprite. But this sprite isn't actually a PNG. I made a new sprite called a Mancer sprite. So if we go to Mancer here, you should be able to see, let's see, Mancer customer, where are we at? Mancer sprite, yep. I made, and what would you call it maybe? I don't remember the word for it, but it's like the parent node or something. And making wizard sprites using Sprite Wizard. I just noticed that too. Good for pointing that out. And I can't see chat in Twitch. Unfortunately, I can't have YouTube chat up on screen. As I tried that before, but it never ended up working out. An interesting idea that a wizard game at a cafe. Thank you. So, placeholder? You could call it placeholder, I think, yeah. And the idea is that this is Sprite Wizard. And what it does is it takes a sprite sheet, or rather, it takes an Sprite file, So you can see how there's a sprite files here, right? If I go ahead and let's say Medimancer, all of these guys, what it does if you go down here is it takes a mode of animation. So it takes your a sprite file and then it assigns it to an animation player. And the issue I was having is that by having the animation player and the sprite in my wizard, they were, once you set it, you can't undo it. And Puppetmancer, this is actually called the Tutorimancer. And hi, Fetty. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I had it in here. What I did was I took these guys out, made them their own thing, and then in-game, whenever I assign the type of wizard that this customer is, I then just assign it with a sprite. So for example, with this Mancer sprite, I then made a Medimancer, a Necromancer, and a Tutorimancer. And so, it is a little funny, but what I can do now is I can just assign each sprite file to these guys, and I don't have to worry about any of the animation or sprite sheets or any of that nature, as long as they have the names of the animations I need them to have. So for example, these are all, oh wait, you can't see. Oh no, hold on. I'll just show you an sprite. How about that? Let me open up, let's see, open show and file manager. I'll just bring it to sprite to make it a little bit easier to show what I mean. And then if we go into draw here, and that'll be the leader, since I'm number 1. Any objections? Unfortunately, there's no leadership here, Y0. I'm a princess. I am all ruling. That is just the way things are. Let's see. If I go here, these are all the animations. A little bit hard to see because of the chat box up there, but each wizard has these animations. And why I'm using the system I am is because in the future, I want to have custom animations for different wizards. For example, if the power's going to your head, no, I have always had this power. I'm just graciously using it, I assure you. I would never use it for bad. And the idea is that not all of my animations are going to have the same amount of frames. The hope is that you can see, let's see, ready to pay, idle, browse menu, consuming dishes, all these guys. The hope is, depending on the wizard, I'd like to have fun, silly animations play. So for example, if a customer leaves angry, maybe they leave angry a different way because they're a different type of wizard. So maybe my pyromancers, your fire wizards are hot-headed, so they're gonna leave by having smoke come out of their ears and stomping around. And maybe that's different from maybe more of a stoic cryomancer who just kind of maybe has an icy chill in the air and they just leave. And so this system makes it so that if I want more animations in a certain wizard, I can do that. And I don't have to export the sprite sheet thanks to having the plugin. All I have to do is say, okay, walk right, I want another animation, I can add it, and then the game will do it, interpret it as it will. And did we shift from code to art? Well, I'm just talking about how the art and code work together. That's all. In the sense of I'm using a plugin that allows me to take art and not export it into a sprite sheet, and the code will interpret the art into its own way without me having to do so much. And that makes sense. Sorry, no worries, Ansia. No worries at all. I'm talking about it because that was the way I had to refactor entities. So if we go back into, let's see, if I go into, oh no, yeah, this one here. So that's the idea I took for doing my main character. So I believe if we see profiles, a sprite, let me go ahead and close this guy. So I think customers is all done. We have audio, that's all good to go. Customers, that's this guy here. We have assets, a sprite. Mancer sprites, all these guys here for the scenes. If we go ahead and close this guy, we have also the profiles for the customers. And hey, Zero is the number 1 here, our best pixel artist. Zero does do great art, I can't agree. And just watched your what I've learned over 2 years as content creator. Glad you figured out most of it. Proud of you. Thank you. It's been a good second, but I'm glad to be where I'm at in the time I'm at. As I think maybe if I did things too fast, I wouldn't have learned as much. So I'm glad I can take my time. There's no certain deadline of this game. It's a lot of just learning and poking things as I go. Let's see. So we have state manager. There's also another thing I refactored where the idea is that customers, so if we go back to here and here, you can see customers are either in a move state or an idle state. And that I believe has been cleaned up as well. So I think overall, I've managed to clean up customers. Yeah, move state, idle state. Okay, good. So customers is done. We can check that off the list. Let me go ahead and go back into concepts here and make sure I check that off the list. So let's see. In entities, let me grab this guy, take a screenshot. That way I can make sure it's checked off. So let's see. Grab you here. Good. Okay. So move you here and I will cross off, let's see, customers. Now, Ghost is something I hope to add in the future of the game. So for right now, we won't touch it since I'm not sure what we'll refactor. So we can go ahead and skip Ghost. And let's see. They'll have no choice but to settle it in a do. 0 divided by 0 equals, doesn't that give you an error? I think it does. We also have the path follower. This was the guy that was moving along the screen earlier. I believe this guy has also been refactored. If I go up here, yep. So for refactoring, what I try to do is I change the names if need be. I go through, add anything that needs to be in. Oh, thank you for the subscription.
Chibi just
Chibi.
subscribed.
Thank you. And welcome in as well. Let's see. Can you layer different animations, for example, a face animation with a walk animation to make them have different expressions? I can indeed. Do you want to see? Hold on. Let's see. Hold on very quickly. As I am really proud of the system. That's why I'm showing it off. And let's see. For example, let's take my main character, right? Gabby here. Well, she's called the player. But taking her, if I wanted her to have a blink animation in her idle, if I go back into here, what I can do is I can grab, let's see, player assets, player sprite sheet, open this guy up in A-Sprite, and thanks, in theory, let's see if it works. In theory, this should work. And my GM submission is now obviously too dense, so it lasts too long for the poem. Well, Pala, it was a thing of, it doesn't have to be too long, but it can if it'd like to. It was just the thing of you might not get all the music. You're looking better at game dev than I am at coding in general, and also you're progressing so fast. Thank you. This is a year work of development. A lot of things are to come. You can see, compared to the customer, right, who has one, Gabby has a lot of layers. And if I go ahead and just click on her idle here, this is what her idle looks like. But if I wanted to, let's see, if I add, what's this guy here? I don't even know what the blink is. But if I go ahead and just say, let's change your color or eye color to a different color. If I just grab this here, if I wanted to change this is another layer, right? If I grab this green and we do this guy here, let's just, let's see, that's a close eye animation, dark green, this guy here, and we do this guy here. If this does work correctly, and I'm hoping it does, I'm hoping it's not a thing of, oh, it crashes into a bug. We have this guy here and this guy here. So her idle animation should have green eyes now. I can go ahead and save this, move back over to, let's see, Godot here. So if I go back into programming here, and vid and devlog 1 and 2 all hit me so hard. I love those videos. You're so sweet, I tell you. And I think I need to relax a bit. I've been working on things nonstop for a bit too long, so I'll be lurking. No worries at all. I hope you have a lot of fun. I can click onto the sprite, right? And then I go back into here and make sure we import it as the sprite's already selected. And then from there, if I click play in my game, it should have the animation working. And hi, so slow. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let me make sure this audio is also muted. I go back into open volume, go into, let's see, you here. Lovely. And then if I go into Godot here, make sure it's the right Godot. So this guy, let's see, this guy here. And if we click on levels, her animation now when she idles should be green. And can you see the green eyes? When she's moving, they should be red. Not moving, should be green. So it does work. And then if I want to just change it back, all I have to do is just delete the layer, re-import, and we're all good to go. So isn't that I really enjoyed the idea of just being able to edit, and it'll also control the frame amount. So I don't have to worry about that either. And hi, Clone. Welcome in. Welcome into stream. And I see. Good. Yeah, welcome in. So I can go ahead and import, and our eyes should go back to normal, like that. And I did that. And let's see. Spider dancing on the hat. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. Look at him go. Let's see. Let's go back into cafe here. Entities. So we have the path follower, player's good, entities good, state's good. Okay. I think it's safe to say entities is all good to go. And that's so cool. Thanks for showing this. Thank you for asking us. Again, it took me a second, as in a year, but I figured it out. And I'd love to at some point also maybe do like a video on it as well, as there's not a lot on A-Sprite Wizard, but if you use A-Sprite in Godot, I think there's a lot of potential for putting them together. The spooky month for little Spidey, always. Let me go ahead, bring you back into, well, actually, no, we don't need to bring you back. I just can cross it off here. So next on the list to look at is icons. Now, what am I doing with the icons? I see. Okay, that makes sense. For my icons, a fun thing you can do in Godot is you can customize the icons of the nodes. For example, for Gabby, what I have is a little sad face for her icon because of her sad face. And if we go, for example, into the cafe, what you'll see is, if I look on the side here, you can see, right, tutorial dish, it's got a little dish icon. So I have different icons set, and I don't think these guys need to be changed. I think the name itself needs to be changed. But aside from that, I don't think, because these are all just icons, and if I open this guy up, what are you? Are you things we need? I believe so. Yeah, this is just the file of all the icons imported. Good. Okay. So, with that said, yeah, we're all good to go. If I go back to, let's see, Obsidian here, and we go into you here, the hope is that, well, you don't have to have things form-fitted, but I do like the idea of keeping to some sort of documentation, some style guide, and this is Godot's style guide. It tells you what files should be like. So if we're looking, right, and we go down to where it's talking about files, we have file name, it's snake case, so snake underscore case. Is that what we have? We do. Okay, good. I wasn't sure. We go back into here, let's see, programming, there we are. You can see it's snake case, so we have word underscore. I believe that's also an entity, let's see. Double checking is right, yep, underscore. All these guys seem to be a case, so we're good. And if you're wondering how you can add the icon, what you do is, if I go into here, you can see you do add icon, and then the icon you want. In this case, since it's the dish icon, I grab this image here, so let's see, dish icons, oh no, I'm lost. There we are. I would grab this icon, right click it, and then I would just do copy UID. It's not showing up. You would copy the UID or path, and then just do add icon for this guy, and then it'll give you the icon, which I think helps in terms of organizing, since I can look and see, okay, what guys, even the ghost has an icon though. We'll have to get around to redoing the ghost. Let's see, let me go ahead and close this guy up so we can see. So cafe, entity, icons. Icons seem to be the right name. Good to go so far. And then we have managers. Okay, managers should be a little bit tricky. Again, we don't have to worry about the ghost manager since that's something that we might have to well, it's a system we'll have to update soon, but not right now. That comes after we figure this out. So for right now, let's look at customer manager, customer target manager, and item manager. Okay, so if we go back to my cafe, close out all of these guys here, leaving just the cafe on screen. The cafe in the game itself looks like this. So you have your cafe area, and then you have your kitchen area. And if we go back to up here, this is the whole cafe node, and the cafe node has a lot of nodes on it, a lot of screens. Thankfully, we don't have to look at too many. So let me go ahead and hide these guys here. It should make it a little bit easier to see. There we go. Okay. So one thing I learned back in college when I was programming is the idea of that whatever creates something should also delete it. Hence the idea of having some sort of manager. So the idea is that these managers here, you can see customer manager. This customer manager is responsible for spawning the customers and deleting the customers. Hence the idea of the manager. And then you can see I have the node itself, the customer manager. Then we have customers. And where are we at? Yeah, okay. Customer manager. So we have first customer spawner. That I believe, yeah, that makes sense. First customer spawner. So the word's a little funny. So let's go ahead and change that. As I believe it should be a different casing if I just double check here. And actually, let me put this up on screen. That should make it a little bit easier for all of you to see as well. Let me go ahead and grab you here. Copy, file, let's see, export, save as, and if I put that up on screen, it should also make it easier. As you don't have to have it super organized and neat, but I do like me a nice, neat program, if I can help it. So let me make this guy a little bit bigger so you can see it as well. And then let me drag it up here so I can see it as well. Let's see. Open Pure really quickly. That way I have it and saved. There we go. Okay, so now we should all be able to see the file names, things of that nature. Let me make sure it says always on top enabled. Yep, okay. And there we go. And I think I did say hi to you, Soslo. Let me, if not, hello again. I just saw you're close to 4K. I'm blown away by that fact, Rodrigo. And it's growing so fast. It really is. I would have never imagined if you asked me last year how things could go. So let's see. For our node names, so if I go here, node names, it needs to be Pascal case. This is not Pascal case. The customer manager should be like this. So let's see, first customer timer, first customer spawner, first, yeah. So we have customer serve sound, customer spawn sound. These can always be changed. We have customers, which is, I'm guessing the customers, what they get spawned under. We have wait spot, and our wait spot is this little guy here. This is where customers spawn. Well, this is the position to spawn the customers in. And then all these little guys here are their seats. So this is where customers can be moved to. So if I ever want to update the way the customers go or where they go, all I have to do is just move the seats here and that moves it. So it's nice in the sense of if I want it to be flexible, I do have that flexibility. I like how she's just kind of idling. Oh, that's so cute. I didn't think it would actually do it on the screen too. So let's see. Customers, wait spot, and customer spawner. Good. Okay. So the names are correct. Now let's move into the actual code of customer manager. So we go here. We have some code. Let me get some drink water, and then we can get started with actual in here looking. And is that a little picture showing best practices for Godot in terms of capitalization? Yep. This is hold on. I forget where it's at. Let me grab you here if you're curious, as I always like the idea of doing something like this, a style guide. That's what it's called. GDScript style guide. It's from the official GDScript page. I don't have the link, but if you just search up GDScript style guide, you should be able to find it. And I try my best to follow the style guide in the moment, but I also, sometimes it's good to have a little bit to refactor with. So let me get some water. Okay, I'm all good to go. Summer is super hot, I can say that. So we have the icon for our customer manager, the little customer guy. It is a node, and it is a class named customer manager. Then we have the customer scene and a tutorialmancer profile. Good so far. Let's see. Then we have the customer spawn sound, customer serve sound, first customer spawner. Oh, first customer spawner. That is good to go. These all make sense. However, if you look here, these guys, it's not gonna work anymore. So I'm just gonna have to make sure I also subtract with here. There we go. That should be good to go. And seeing you grow kind of motivates me to try to keep it up. Thank you. I'm glad that's one thing I always hope is saying all the good, bad, and ugly makes you know it's not too late to get started. It's the thing of you just gotta start and then you can make it up as you go. But it's a lot of fun seeing how much I've done over the year of doing all the projects, and the fact I can go and look back at the past stuff and think, oh, that's actually not a good thing to do. But in the moment, I thought it was. So it's nice to feel the growth physically. So let's see, customer spawner, that's a timer. We remember it's subtracted. And then we have customers here, customer list. Yep, that makes sense. Wait spot is wait spot. Make sure you are that. And then we have our target manager and our cafe. That makes sense. And then up here, I'm guessing, yep, cafe, and target manager is our customer target manager. This all makes sense so far. Alrighty. And I don't think, the thing is too with comments is that if they make sense on their own, you don't really need to have a comment. And I would say nothing needs explaining here. Customer spawner, customer list, first customer spawner, this makes sense. I can understand what's going on here. Next up, we have our current customer number. Now that could be changed a little bit. I feel like that name could be tweaked. For example, customer amount could be a thing instead. Current customer, yeah, let's change it. Customer amount. There we go, and let's replace it. I don't think it really gets used anywhere. So customer amount, that's an in, makes sense. Failed last spawn, and then we also have first customer. These things make sense. So far, so good. And it's a pretty good practice too. Things don't need comments if they're labeled well enough. Yeah, I used to label everything. And it was one thing my professor really had to tell me to stop doing, and I'm really glad he did, as it's helped so much because when you label a lot, you think you're being productive, but really you're just spending time where you could be spending time elsewhere. And if your code can speak for yourself without labeling required, that's even better. Sometimes things are just a little bit too complicated, and you do need a little bit of labels here and there. So let's see. Utility, customer served, spawn customer, see customer, delete customer, start cafe timer, start first customer timer. All this making sense so far. Let's see. Start first customer timer. So when we start the first customer timer, let's zoom in a little bit. Scroll down here a little bit. Let's see. When we start first customer timer, let's see. Seconds to spawn, we get a random number. Ooh, here we are. What is that? 3 and 7. I'm spawning some magic numbers. Randy range. Okay, let's go ahead and add that, shall we? And it always takes the over-labeling student over the student. I'll always take the over-labeling student over the student who has bad variable names and doesn't label them. Some practices can be a little bit hard to break. For me, what I remember doing, as I come from a background of C++, when you have a const, you make your const. Yeah, they do it. Huh, I don't know why I didn't think the case. Well, no, it was enums. Enums and constants, they're always capital. It says enum names aren't capital, but I like doing everything capital if it's like a constant. So we have constant here. Let's see. Minimum spawn seconds. Min spawn seconds. I think that works. Minimum spawn seconds. And then we'll go ahead and make sure this is an int and equal it to 3. We'll make this 7, and we'll do max spawn seconds. And then we can go ahead and just go back down here. And now we can certainly tell. Let's see. Spawn customer. No, we're not there yet. We just need this. Minimum and maximum. There we go. That's what that's saying there. And that way, if we ever want to change this, we can also change it. In fact, what we could do as well, if we wanted to, is we could export this variable. That way, if we want to modify it, we could. And let's see, yeah, in seconds to spawn, we changed the random seconds, which is good. Interesting. And then I think in Cafe itself, we haven't gotten there yet, but I just want to see. There should be a timer, which I think we'll touch that when we get there. Right now, we're focusing on Customer Manager. And for right now, we have these guys, which I think makes sense. There's argument for making this an exported variable so you can edit it in here, and also not. But for now, since I haven't had to use it, I'm gonna guess for right now, it's good to just be a constant. So then we also have here, let's see, first customer spawn or start, and then seconds to spawn. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we have player serve sound. You play play serve sound, customer serve sound. Makes sense. Another thing I think, or never mind, I know there's a way to do a function in here. I don't know how to do it, but I'm fine with this. Play serve sound, customer serve sound, play. That makes sense. And just let me upgrade the Node.js version. I don't care if it breaks the system or makes it unsafe. I just want the warnings to go away. Do you mean these guys down here? I have no idea what they are, I'll be honest. I think it was when I was debating on whether or not to keep the ghost guy, but because ghosts don't spawn currently, close your eyes. It is functional in its state because this stuff is all ghost. You can see ghost, then we also have ghost, 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 and then ghost in Cafe Manager, Customer Manager. That was from earlier. So this is all ghost. That's fine. As I said, I started deleting ghost and then realized, you know what, I just won't touch it for now. And it's angry at the ghost stuff, but since we have no ghost in the game, it doesn't have to worry about it at the moment. When we get to the ghost stuff, I'm sure it'll be a little bit painful, but for now, the things we can control. So let's see here. We have play customer sound, no customers, bull. So I'm wondering, is this used outside of the function? Usually for your functions, if they start with an underscore, that means you only use them in the script. If there's no underscore, that means, that makes sense. That means it's in somewhere else.
Serpentware just followed.
Serpentware, thank you to the follow, and welcome to stream. Welcome to Refactoring. And let's see, no, don't worry, it's not about your code. I'm just talking about my own bad coding habits, worrying about those. Oh, I see. If we go ahead and do Control-Shift-F, we can find everywhere this is in the code. So if I go down here, you can see, right, it is used outside of the code. Hence the no underscore. And in my Cafe Manager, I do if customer manager dot no customers. So this is a bool, which makes sense. And ghost manager no ghost. I like that. I think this works. This guy right here is clear in the sense of it just returns a bool, depending on if there's no customers or not. You could, in your code, do a thing of just this. So for example, what would you find cleaner, you think? If day over, which one would you say? If you would do this or do this? And let's see if after block. Hold on. Pass here. Just as a quick example. There's two ways to do it. You could just grab the guy itself, but I use a function here because I think it's clear to read. Instead of customer list get child count equal 0. Hold on. This would be equal 0. I make it a bool so that I can know if customer manager has no customers and ghost manager has no customers, then end the game. And hi, and hey there, and thank ya. Of course, and welcome in. So that's why you do this, and I do like it. I think that works for what we need it to. So let's go back into Customer Manager, close all of these guys here. All of you get closed. I don't need to see you. You're not in my range of existence at the moment, then. I did read that. Good. The streamer's error warnings are the streamer's problems until we see it blow up in the game. Yeah. I will leave that to tomorrow me. And tomorrow me, well, not tomorrow actually, but future me shall need to implement Ghost. So I'm not gonna, I'll do my best to not touch the Ghost code anymore. Let's see. We have this guy here. Then we have start timer. So we set the customer spawn timer wait time to the cafe level's data customer spawn time length. That's a lot of words. However, I do understand what it's saying. If we go into my level data, it is a resource. This guy here. So this is how I control levels. And so functions that nest a bunch feel a lot better when placed in a variable. So the final line is intuitive to read. Yeah, usually for me, I try to keep my functions small and only set to do one thing. And then I can just make a function that has functions in it. And then it's function inception. This guy here is how I control levels. So it's just accessing the current level data. So it makes sense. And here I do also explain things. So I think that's fine, because if we go back to customer manager, right? Customer spawn timer wait time. So set the timer to the cafe's level data and the customer spawn timer length. That makes sense. I think this guy could be changed a little bit. I don't know if I like customer spawn timer length. That feels like a lot. Maybe though, it's fine in the words, but ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their ad thing, and I'll think a little bit as, again, it's the thing of the variable doesn't have to be changed, but is there maybe a better word we can use? So I'll let them do their thing, I'll get some water, and I'll think a little bit. And I did read that, good. Water time then. Tasty. And yeah, and thank you by the way, Frost. So let's see. If anything, right, we not only can change the name, but we could also change the hover over stuff. It doesn't show it, which is a little unfortunate. But if I go here, oh, it does say it. The time between each attempt to spawn a customer. I wonder why it doesn't let me know it in the code itself. But this is self-explanatory. It's a funny name, but I do explain it, so I think it's fine. So we'll go ahead and set that there. And then we have, and let's see, below, when you were asking about whether whatever it is looks clean, I was thinking it might be better as, did it cut off? Oh, wait a good second. Let's see. Manager.list.getChild. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Customer equals manager.list.getChild. Customer, you mean? Or could you elaborate a little bit, Frost? I'm now super curious. Let's see. If we go back here to we're talking about here, I think, right? Customer equals manager.list.getChild. Oh, no, I'm not quite understanding. Or 2, if customer and whatever else code logic. I think that is what I do, I think. Let's see, customer equals manager list get child. Yeah, the customer manager itself doesn't worry about the specific customer. There's no current customer it points to. It just knows the amount of customers it has, if that's what you mean. And let me, hold on, hold my nose for a quick second. Give me un momente. Okay, we're all good to go. In the summer and springtime, I always run too fast out of like sanitizer and tissue boxes. But we should be fine. And let me go ahead and put this guy here. Lovely. Okay, saying that, let's see. Start timer, all those guys are good to go. So now we're on to spawn cut. See what I was just saying about the comments that don't need to be comments? That's a good example. They'll save that from the ad comes back and get some water in the meantime. Let's see. Delicious. And then we also have some of you here. Tasty, I tell you. I do water with the mixture of like those packets that you get for flavor. So it's not juice, but it's still juice. And all this stuff is to say bonus lines that contextualize nested functions calls into human words feel better to me personally. So the reduction in mental load makes the code base way easier to skim through. That makes sense, yeah. The more you can read it as a sentence, the better I think it is. Sentence reading is great. And welcome all back from the ads. Welcome back. I mentioned earlier how I was talking about comments that don't need to be comments. This is a good example. I call this function spawn customer, and then in my comment, I say spawn new customer. That is obvious. So we can go ahead and remove that. And also, let's make sure these guys are spaced. Like that there. There we are. Okay, so that doesn't need to be a thing. And then this guy here is a little long, but it shouldn't be too bad. And we're back. Spawn customer, spawns customer. Spawn customer, spawns new customer. You know, at the time, it was a good idea. But I've evolved. Let's see. What it does is it takes a profile index. Makes sense? We take a dish type for the customer. We take a dish flavor combo for the customer. And then we also, that's it. We just do profile, dish type, and dish flavor combo. That makes sense. And then let's see. Customer can't be spawned if wait spot is full. So if wait spot current entity is not equal to null. If wait spot current entity not equal to null. Oh, that makes sense. It's worded a little funny. But because it says full, if customer can't be spawned if wait spot is filled. Maybe that's a little bit better, because if the idea is that this wait spot here, so if I go back to here, if a customer's on here, we can't spawn another customer. So what it's doing here is it's saying, if we go back into manager, if the wait spot has someone on it, it's occupied. So if it is, yeah, this is a little funny here. Now, comment makes sense and all. And, oh, Juno? Is that how you say it? Welcome back in. And in line 48, the function could be renamed to have the get in it. Oh, yeah, that's true. The get functions are fun, aren't they? Let's see. This, line 48? 48. Do you mean this here? Get? Like, could you elaborate a little bit? The get prefixes most functions should have verbs. Is this the get one? Or could you elaborate as? I'm still learning a lot about programming. And I do have some get functions, I believe. But I never explicitly, well, sometimes they're get, sometimes they're not. And I'm trying my best to follow a code optimization. At least right now. Today is all about optimization. So let's see. 43. No customers. So you're saying get customer amount? Something like that? I can see it. So for example, instead of no customers, it can be get customer, customer amount. Like that? It could be. Either no customers as a bool. I don't ever really use the customer amount outside of the cafe, I think, or outside of the manager. So maybe it's not worth it to do the customer amount, because it is doing a bool. It's doing all of this in one area. So if no customers, so if this is true, then we know we have no customers. But if this is false, then we know we have some customers. I can see your point. If we had a reason to need to know the amount, I could see adding other things. But for right now, I think this bool serves the purpose it needs to. But thank you for the suggestions. Yeah, gets are fun. I do enjoy gets. So let's see. Down here, customer can't be spawned. Will return if wait spot is currently full. That's, I think, a little bit better. And it has, do, are common names for Boolean return functions. Oh, no, I see. For me, it's the thing of if it rates like English. So for example, if customer manager has, it'd be a has, right? Has no customers. That would make sense. Has no customers. Has, like that, I think. Has no customers. And then we go back to this guy here and we grab, let's see, where are we at? You. If customer manager has no customers. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And if no customer, file bankruptcy. It's time to pull out the summoning scrolls. Let's see. So scroll down here. Thank you for the suggestion. Let's see. So I think this makes a little bit more sense to say, will return if wait spot is currently full. Will return if wait spot is currently full. So if wait spot.current entity is not equal to no. So if it is full, then we print on the message saying, hey, wait spot is full, and then we return. So this is checking to make sure. So right now, we know that the wait spot's empty, and then it needs to make a customer. Now, is this required? I think it's fine. I think this is okay. We have new customer, and then we set it from the customer scene, and instantiate, do all those things to make a customer, and then we add it to the customer list, as the customer list is the guy that's holding all the customers as a child. So let's see. If we go here, if first customer and cafe level data is tutorial, we do these things, otherwise do that. Okay, so there's a few things we could possibly do. This is a long function, but I don't think there's any harm in long functions. If we scroll out, we can see a little bit more. So for example, we could make this into its own function as just an idea. And then we could also do this as its own function. So there's a few ways we could do it. But the idea is also, it doesn't have to be big or it doesn't have to be small. It's what you think it would feel nice to you to look at later. And for me at least, this is a super long function and I could get confused. I am getting confused looking at it. So breaking it down into different functions in a function would, I think, be handy. So for example here, right, we make a customer. Then what we say is if first customer and the level is tutorial, we set first customer to false. And then we set the customer's dishes to whatever the tutorial dish is. And then we set the profile we set it to tutorialmancer because we know it's going to be a tutorialmancer. And then we set it to customer name and wait spot position. So what I would do here is actually do, spawn customer. What we could do is do, let's see, like a func and then create or set customer, customer, C-U-S-T-O-M-E-R, set customer to, and then we have tutorimancer. There we are. And then, let's see, set customer to tutorial. Maybe that's a little bit better. T-U-R-I-A-L. Set customer to tutorial. And then let's make sure this is void. And then from there, what we can do is grab all these guys. So yoink them. And then put you here. And then last but not least, we're going to need the customer. So we need to do a var and call it new customer. And then it's going to be a customer. And then from there, let's see, expected parameter name. Oh, there you go. And then here, right, what we can do is just say, if first customer, set customer to tutorial. And then we do this here, and then we do new customer. I think that reads out a little bit better than what we had. If it's first customer and the cafe level data is tutorial, we set the customer to new tutorial. And mainly keeping track of customer amount while you have a customer list that you can query rubs me the wrong way, but it's probably fine. Maybe. The thing is, right now I don't need to know about the customer amount size. The game itself already does do that. I wonder if it will matter later, as I do have to keep well, I'm doing it currently, right? Is a customer can't be spawned if all of these guys are full. But we're not looking at the customer amount. We're checking through the seats and seeing how many seats are full. So right now, I'm not checking the amount of customers in the game, but if I do need to know, what's the best way to say it? If there is a feature in the game later on where if a certain amount of customers is in the cafe, maybe something cool happens, then that would be something to implement. However, right now, I don't know if that is going to be a thing. And for me, at least, it's the worry about future-proofing too much that I never actually use it. So it's also a thing of, if need be, we can always make another function for it in the future. But for right now, doing a quick check, like, has no customers in a bool, I think works out well. As right now, manually keeping check of an amount of customers. I mean, you have the customer amount variable right now. What it do? The customer, let's see. Oh, hold on. I think you're right. Hold on. Let's see, customer amount. Where are we doing this guy at? Hold on. Control Shift F. I think you're onto something. Let's see. Find. Oh. I think we found some dead code. At one point in time, I did have this. I don't think I have it anymore. I'm doing Control Shift F. I'm checking all of the files, and it only appears here. So I think you're correct. In the sense that at one point in time, I had it as the customer amount, and now that's not even a thing anymore. We don't need a... You're very correct. This, yeah. It's no longer a thing at the anywhere. I don't check it anywhere because I think I always just reference the guy. Huh. I wonder why I did use it in the past. But I'm glad we can get rid of old code. That is always nice to know. So let's see. Go back up here. If first customer and cafe level data is tutorial, set customer to tutorial, new customer. Otherwise, we're going to choose whether a profile is random or not. So we have some stuff to do down here. So let's see. We have a variable of profile, and then if profile index is -1, so if a profile index is not set, then we go ahead and we do, let's see. We either set it to random, or we set the profile to be whatever index it is. So, is this worth it to do as a function? I think for now it's not. It just chooses if it's random or not. I think that's fine. This is setting the profile. So what you could do, for example, is do like a function that says set profile, but for now, I think it's fine to have it as this. I don't think there's too much harm in it staying this way. However, set profile. I could say they're making a good argument for both. The thing is, we use profile here. So for now, we won't. And then we have to choose whether dish type is random or not. And then all these guys, let's see. And hi, Ame, welcome into stream. Welcome in, and good afternoon to you too. And I feel like if you're separating part of code with a comment, then there's probably should be abstracted away. There is a good argument for it, yeah. For me, it depends on how long the function is. I like doing, that goes back to the idea, right, of not doing too much in a function. This guy here is doing the code of creating a profile. It's doing the code of creating a dish. It should leave everything else to someone else. So I can see, yeah, 100%. So what we'll do then, right, is we'll do that as well. Because again, the nice part about making your own programming code is that you get to make your own rules. let's see, func, and we'll do set profile. And then we'll take in a new profile, and then we'll set it to profile, customer profile, and then we'll also set it to void, and then we'll say, right, or new profile, and we're also going to need the number. Yeah, okay, so we need the number, customer profile, and then also index. So int is equal to, well, index is an int, like that. And then we'll say if, oh, not if this here, yeah. If index is -1, profile is set to random. And we'll also as well do this to make it easier to see, I think. Or we'll do -1, that guy there. And then from there, what we can do is just do these guys here. And then, let's see. That. Now, why are you angry? Profile index not declared. There you go. And then we can go ahead and do profile here. So profile, and then profile. So, let's see. Profile index. Got ya. Index, profile. You can also set you to profile. Profile. Nothing wrong with that either. And then, why are you angry? Profile index here. And then from there, we create the profile. So make customer, then it creates the profile. So we can say create profile, create, oh, hold on, create profile, like that. And then from there, we go ahead and create the profile. And then set profile, and then we can go ahead and do profile and do index. And that'll be profile index. There we go. I think that does read nicer. And Iris is, I don't know that many numbers. Braver than me with their code. I legit click run after removing each line code to be sure the game didn't break. Well, I can certainly say, I don't think it would break, but you know what? We can always check it. Right now, it's just dealing with the customer spawning code, so I don't think it'll be too bad. And I wish Godot had a shortcut to extract a part of code into a new function. I think there was something like that in Visual Studio. I think. Let me grab this guy down here, move you here, let's see, you there, and then you there. And if we just go ahead and spawn a, oh, what are you? Let's see, wait spot. Oh, hold on, wait spot, you should not be a space. Try again. Let's make sure that's good to go. Thank you for reminding me, Frosties, yeah. Depending on the code, and I did read that, good. And in my past job, a company that interacts with AT&T, and Virgin Media data. I've seen global variables defined inside a function on a newbie programmer. They have to accomplish this in a hacky way. Oh. If there's anything I've learned, hacky way only leads to pain. If we go ahead and do spawn customer, it should do a random customer. And why are we angry? Oh, W class based on nil. Ooh. Okay, so this is newish code based on the old stuff that, oh, the recent stuff I did, right? Remember how I was talking about the sprite and sprite idea? The profile W class. Let's see. Profile class is nil. So what's going on here? Let's see. We go back to here, right? Customer profile index. Interesting. So I'm guessing it's something to do with here. As our profile index, we take our profile index. If profile index, level customers, pick random. Let me just double check this is not the issue. If we do no spawn, let's see, spawn, or no entities, I think it was. Entities. This is the data for my current level. And we do have Medimancer and Tutorimancer. And right now it does cookbook. Interesting. Okay, if index equals -1. Okay, let's go into here then. And print. We'll print out profile. Profile dot. And it should be profile dot. Let's see. Dot. Is there like a get class? Print profile. There we are. And we'll do that. Profile dot print profile. There we go. And do that there. Yeah. And let's see. Every comment going to be hashtag look, next person reading this code. I forget. What's the difference between hashtag and hashtag again? I think hashtags are the ones where you do it at the top of the function, right? But if you're in here, you do singular hashtags. Unfortunately, it was hard to fix, but it was horrific to discover. Let's see. And when they get rid of that function, it broke many times that relied on it. The more advanced programmers just trusted the variable existed because they didn't feel like reading the chunk of 800 lines. And me when I pollute the global scope for no reason. Oh boy, everything that's global, for me at least, exists in common. So when we touch that, it might go on fire. That's that, you know, for right now, we're dealing with things that already exist globally. But let's see what it's printing for profile. I'm wondering why it's saying nil. And honestly, hashtag for comment level and hashtag for level 2, what I've always done. I see, I only started using hashtag recently. Levels, do you hear? Spawn customer. Let's just make sure the profile, spawn customer. Let's see, profile, new profile, set profile. And then you here. Okay, so it does have a profile. Something's off. We can see the data here and you can't see it, so let me see if I do this guy here and do you there. You should be able to see it. Yeah, there we are. This is all the customer profile data. It's class 1. I do need to set up the profile name, but it's not -1. That's the good point. So why is our guy, let's see, go back to here, error, invalid access to W class on a base object type nil. Set profile. Where are we setting the profile at? We're doing it in our customer. The customer sets the profile. Go back to our cafe customer manager here. And then you here. Oh! I think I know why. Hold on. Let me hide that guy there. And the double hashtags are function definitions. That's what I thought. And hi, the triangle. Welcome to stream as well. And like the ID will display. That's what I thought as well. Yeah. I'm new to using the double hashtags, but I'm pretty sure if I like hover over this guy, or maybe hover over here, it should tell me. Yeah, it does give me a comment. That's what I thought. And still new to those guys, at least. And working with someone else's code is a horror story most of the time. Then you remember that you from 2 weeks ago is a dummy. Now I have to clean up. That's why I'm a little worried about cleaning this guy up, but it's 1 year old and it needs a good cleaning. I can certainly say that. And that's so cool. Yeah, that's why I thought the double ones are for function. It's for definitions, so you can hover over them. And why I think this is angry is because we don't set the profile of the customer. So for example, we have all of this guy. We need to create profile. Create profile. And then what we do is not this. We're going to return a profile. So we do customer, CSTO customer profile. And then from there, what we're going to do is, let's see, words. How do you spell customer? Let's see, profile. Oh, engine profiler. No, that's not what we want. Profile, customer profile. And identifier profile not in the scope. Yes. So I'm gonna grab you, move you up here, and then move you here. And now what we're going to do is return. So return you here. Return profile. And then what we need to do is we can go ahead and remove that. And then grab you here. What we'll do is we don't need to have that anymore, right? We can do new customer dot profile equals create profile index. There. I think that should fix it. And let's see, is there a variable definition in the function with the same name as the variable? Oh, do you mean here, the set function or set profile part? Could you elaborate a little bit? New customer profile. And this guy here, we do already set the profile. I'm wondering about this. Customer profile. Could you elaborate a little bit, Palaz? The nice thing about streaming this is that I get multiple eyes on this, as I will miss things. Many things. Even with these big brain glasses. I'm bound to miss a few things here and there. But it's nice to have a second eyes, third eyes. And I was referring to the variable profile at the top of the file and variable profile in the function you're currently editing. Let's see. There is customer scene tutorial master profile. Top of the function? Or top of the file. I remember nothing about coding, so it's fun to watch. Lovely. I hope I'm explaining things clearly enough that even if you don't know too much, it's easy enough to understand. And I think you've deleted it. Oh, good. That's good then. Yeah. My only concern is this guy here. New customer profile. Set profile? I don't like it. But let's make sure it works first. And I can't stay, but come here to wish you luck. Thank you, Jack, and thanks for stopping by. I hope whatever you got up to is a lot of fun. Let's see. So, now that we set the profile, I think we should be fine. Levels, let's see. No one spawns. Spawn a customer. Oh, we got it. Spawn a necromancer. And if we want, this is a random customer, so I believe we should also be able to spawn a medimancer. So if I do spawn customer, Medimancer, and then I can also set it depending on which enum I want. So for example, I can do, let's see, print customer profiles, and it tells me 1 is a Medimancer and 0 is a Necromancer. So I can do, let's see, spawn customer. If I want a Medimancer, I do 0 here, and it gives me a Medimancer. And if I want a Necromancer, I can go ahead and do, let's see, 1 here. So the 0 gets changed to 1, and it should give us a Necromancer. So code is working. Great news. And let's see, it works. Yep. Thank you for telling me to stop and check, Frost, or rather, reminding me, Eza. And speaking of, let's also make sure we save it so that if things go wrong in the future, we have a backup of backups. Let's see, customer, profile, tweak. Okay, let's continue. Sync changes, all good to go. Okie dokie. Nice. Saying that, right? We set the new profile of the customer. I'm wondering, right, because we're taking the new customer name, weight, spot, position. I think, well, I'm not too sure. This guy might have to be changed. I'm gonna wonder where this is, but let's focus on this for now. So, new customer.profile, create profile. I think that's fine. Or what we could even do, right? What we've done before, where we just do this. Let's do that. There we go. Set profile, create profile. There you go. That works out better. And 0's a necromancer. How did you know? I see, you take part in the dark arts. I should have known. Let's see. So choose whether a dish is random or not. So this guy here, let's see. All these guys. So if the dish type is none, or none, or none. So if any of these are none, we order.set order, new customer, or new order. Let's go back up to here and do that guy. And do func. And do set customer order. And then we'll do customer, TOMER. For now, we'll do it as void. And then oh no, is it? Void! There we go. And hey, it is okay to submit songs when 2 notes are played at once. If the game is playable, that's all that matters. That's the only thing that, if it is functional, that's why I let you have the test part, because you can test it. So if it can be played 2 notes can be played at once, go for it. The game just has to work within the limitations that my system currently already has. I've had them come close together before, but sometimes I've tried really close together. It just depends on the limitations of the system itself. I've tried to stretch it a few times, and it worked out, thankfully. So let's see. So if first customer, otherwise we set customer to tutorial, I think this works too. And then for here, we can also add on the dish, and I think that should work. And the new customer set profile, all those things. And I believe having 2 notes close together does not work well, unfortunately. Yeah, it depends. I think depending on the note timing, you just gotta tweak it a bit. So it depends. For me, I found that the 8th notes are as fast as it can go. 16th notes, it doesn't quite like it. It gets a little angry at that point. Let's see. Grab you here. So if dish type equal. So these guys here. I think what we can do, right, is say, and do a var here. Let's see. Var, and have it as invalid dish. And then we set it as a bool. If invalid dish, keeping those guys equal. And then we do this guy here. So if it is invalid dish, that makes sense. And then set customer here. And then we can do a bool here. So like a var is invalid dish. Set it to bool. And then what we can do is set customer to order. So set all those guys there. For now, just have that. And then new customer. Let's see, new customer. And then we have is invalid. Or where we at? Is invalid dish. There we go. Okay. And then why are you angry? Var is, oh, hold on. Not supposed to be var. Grab you there, like that. Okay, good. And then var argument. I figured it out eventually. Oh boy, and let's see. Lethargic metal, play power metal at half the speed. I've never heard of power metal before. I do like some good hardcore songs, so the head banging ones. I've been meaning to add like a head banging emote. I think that would be fun. If is invalid dish. New customer. dish type flavor combo. So maybe this guy can't be modified quite well. For example here, if invalid dish. Yeah, this guy might not be able to be separated. Set customer order. Maybe what we can do then instead, because there's dish type and dish flavor, I'm thinking yoink you here, put you here, and then what we can say is instead of this guy, we'll grab the dish type and dish flavor. So dish type, dish flavor combo, you here, and then we can go ahead and do you here, and then just grab the dish type, which is the dish type, and the dish flavor, which is the dish flavor, something like this here, and then we can go ahead and say this here. So instead of set customer order, we now do dish type, and then we set dish flavor combo. So something like that instead. Like that? Okay. And I did read that. Good. Let's see. So something like this instead, where set customer order, new customer, dish type, dish flavor. And then up here for our set customer order, we'll go ahead and say if it is an invalid dish, then we randomize it. So if invalid dish, we randomize. Otherwise, we do the dish that it wants us to do. So let's see. Sets dish, sets order, and if invalid, INVAL, and if invalid, randomize. RANDOMIZE, randomize. And make sure we do the double guy. So sets order, and if invalid, randomize. I think that works out. So now down here we have if first customer in cafe level data tutorial, set customer to tutorial. Otherwise, and make customer. I don't know, I just like that little guy there. So we'll do that there. And then let's see, set customer order, new customer, dish type flavor. And then we do new customer, set profile. We grab the profile already. Now I'm not sure how I like that set profile. We do the customer's number, customer name, and then we do wait spot and customer spot. Yeah, so let's see. This is in customer, so I've already refactored this guy. What are we saying? New customer, set profile. Let's see. Set profile should bring us into this guy here. So for set profile, we do new profile, we grab the name, the position it needs to go in, and the mix combo order. Ooh, I think this is cool too. It is! Okay, you know what? Maybe that's something we can do right now then. Okay, neat. I remember this being an idea I had back, I think, almost really a year ago too. Let me bring you into concepts here to explain what that mix order is. So we go back into here. Let's see, concepts. The idea was that the different necromancers, the different wizards had different wants. So since each is associated with the flavor, so if I go ahead and just grab these guys here, move them down a little bit, and an idea. This was a previous idea, however, it was never implemented. I believe I added the bare bones, but never followed up. I think I was worried about making sure it worked before adding anything else. So you know what? You might be able to update the features a little bit. So let's see. Necromancer is bitter, Bitter. Pyromancer is spicy, Spicy. Spicy. Cryomancer is minty, Minty. And then we also have Medi, which is sweet, Sweet. And the idea, or at least maybe you could call it the meta of the game, was that when you saw the customer, so when you saw, for example, a Medimancer or pink wizards, when you saw them walk into the cafe, you know that they're going to want something sweet. It could be sweet, or it could be sweet bitter, but it's going to be sweet. And I don't think I ever implemented that code. And a Medimancer. I'm thinking about changing the name, but I'm not too sure. I feel like Medi. It feels like medic. You get it immediately. And then for Necromancer, you know the Necromancer's gonna want something bitter. Right now, any wizard, and will there be a Zesty Mancer? It could be. I want a total of 10. The issue is, because of how much music I'm going to have to create, I gotta be a little bit selective. And if I can show you here. If we go back into, let's see, Obsidian. I'm pretty sure I can show you. In Obsidian, if I click on this guy, I think, yeah, this is currently the flavor chart of the game. I can't zoom in, but if you know anything about like Pokemon, for example, you take two combinations, it's like a multiplication table. So right now, in my game, I'd have to make 9 spells to have a song play for each different type. And then imagine, right, this is just type, what about flavors, or not flavors, products? So I need a table of 9 for a cake. I need a table of 9 for a cupcake. And the more I add to these guys, I'm gonna need a lot of songs, a lot of poems, a lot of variety. Right now it's simple enough because there's very few, but eventually it's going to be a lot. So I want to make sure the system I have, I can expand upon. And thankfully right now, it's easy enough if I want to add a flavor. I can just do it here and then add some multiplication, and I can keep track of which flavors go where here. So if I want to add a zesty, then it'll be like zesty sweet, zesty bitter, zesty memory, things of that nature. And dark. It always comes back to League of Legends, doesn't it? I would love like a lemony flavor though. I think that could be fun. Let me go back into, let's see, planning here. So I think there is, quote unquote, oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. You need to beat this one. Always. Let's see. I think that is dead code that we can modify. And necromancer should be sour? I mean, I like the idea of bitter because they're people, they think they're fancy because they drink their coffee black. That's the type of people I'm going for. And Medimancer makes me happy because of the callback to the Minecraft game mode you talked about before. Minecraft game mode? Did I? I can barely recall many things at the time. So I do want to add that right now it's randomized, but I want to make it so that if you're a necromancer, you have to at least have a bitter. And I think I do have the code. And hi, Kazuhara. Welcome to the stream. And did someone mention black coffee? There's types of people who are in coffee. I don't even know what you call them, but if you don't have your coffee, ground it up yourself, and you don't use the fancy, expensive tools to make your espressos, then you're not making coffee. And that's the type of upper crust that I want the necromancer to go for. And Zomcraft! Oh, yeah, makes sense. Minecraft game mode. Well, that threw me off a little bit. That's the feeling I'm going for with necromancer, so hence the bitter idea. They're elitist. And gotta walk up and down the mountains of Calabria for black coffee? Yeah! That's the type of upper crust I'm going for. Let's see, let's go back into programming here. And hi, Codex Spy. Welcome into stream. Necromancer deals with dead. I don't think they'll have much sense of taste. Well, in my game, necromancers are like your lawyers because they can solve crime cases so easily. They can just speak to the dead. So they're very profitable. They're very well respected. And hi, Mr. Dream Studio. Welcome into stream as well. And hello, everyone. How are you today? I'm doing great. Refactoring is one of my favorite things to do with programming. And I like to think the necromancer is super selective with their coffee. Yep. Right now I have it so that the necromancers take a really long time to order. They take a really long time to raid. If I go into here, a few things I've done because I'm thinking about future, right? Future proofing. But if we go to necromancer, the idea is that each profile of wizards will have different attributes. So for example, if you know a necromancer walks into your game, you know they're gonna eat really slowly. They're gonna read okay. But for example, a medimancer who's maybe a little bit more on the sweet side, medimancers, they read very fast. They already know what they want when they come in. Necromancers, they need a long time to read. So I want to have in my game eventually like an atlas where as you get more customers, you learn more things about their certain attributions, which I think would be a fun thing to do. Whether I can implement it or not sure. But I think it would be fun. And hi, good civilization. Welcome into stream. Hello. And greetings. I joined because I'm a fellow game deving. Welcome in. You'll fit right at home, I'm hoping at least. And I think the necromancer should be part of the Child Protective Services. They're always trying to raise a family. How silly. And let's see. Medimancers look at the item with the highest cost and just point and say, this one. Oh boy. Let's see. I think if we go into dish here, this is something we have to cover later, but I think it's here. Yeah, print type, set values. Yeah, there we are. Returns true, the flavor combo has memory. No, it's not here. Where are you at, dishes? When I made the dish, there was a thing I did so that you could get a randomized dish. So I'm not sure where. Maybe, order. I called it order. Order, because the order is the dish. Order. There we go. Yeah, it's a global script too, you can see. But if you go here, right, I have different generations. Very old code I haven't touched. So let's touch it. Let's modify a little bit. And I wonder if necromancers even care about expiration dates of food and drink products. You know, what's the saying? I can't remember. It was from Hamilton. Like, how the sausage gets made. You don't need to know how she creates her dishes and things of that nature. And let's see. Did I read that? I like to think I did read that. And hints of lavender, disgusting, said the wet towel necromancer. Oh boy. Let's see. So for example, there's mixed dish flavors, normal, dislike, and surprise. And the idea was that different orders could be customized. So a customer could walk in and be like, surprise me. But you could only do it with certain flavors. So for example, you know a necromancer or, okay, what's the best way to explain it? Because these are all fun ideas, but can you do it? So in the game, right, you can make a dish and then the customer will leave. So let's just say yeah, I'm just gonna grab you. You're bitter, bitter, and then you are sweet. So this is a bittersweet something. Bittersweet cookie. That's a delicious cookie right there. If the customer comes in and they tell you, surprise me, you know they have to want a bitter something. So if you have on hand a dish that a customer left and didn't want, you could say, okay, surprise you? Let me just go see what I already created. And I have a bittersweet cookie? I'll just give you the bittersweet cookie because you want to be surprised. And I did read that. Good. And they don't even have to pay. They shouldn't be picky. Coffee doesn't expire. Caffeine is eternal. Oh, silly. Let's go back into programming here. Saying that, this set order was the idea. Type to choose. And if I go into customer profile, I should be able to see it as well. Customer profile or profile. There we go. I also have on here favorite flavor. So this is the flavor that they're associated with, and dislike flavor. So what I'm thinking is, we need to find a way to implement it so that the customer will always want their favorite flavor. So if we go into, right, our customer manager here, when we do a random customer, so for example, let's see, start timer, nope, we want set customer order. This here, order.setOrder, we need to make sure whatever's going on here is the guy that gets picked. And on the topic of bitter, do you ever taste sour if something's too bitter? I don't think so. Usually bitter is just bleh. And then you can add a little bit of salt to it and it tastes better. So let's see, set order customer. And then type to choose random. So what I'm going to do here, right, is set it to, let's see, random. It just gets the random values, random generative. That's all this is doing. It's randomizing the current order. Yeah, and then set order. What we want to do is see mixed dish flavors. What does this guy do? Let's see. Flavor 1, get valid random. What does get valid random do? For blacklist an item, well, this is really old code. Whitelist pick random. So let's see. Mixed dish flavor, normal. What's normal do? Get valid random. Flavor combo. Oh man. I wish I could hover over this and see how old this is. This is super old. And let's see. I kind of like how people allegedly can't taste stuff and something's too spicy. My tongue just melts at that point. And maybe that's just what I taste like when I drink a mini Americano. I try my best to have a mixed bean of coffee. And I am tired of all this prejudice against necromancers. What do you mean, Zero? In my world, necromancers are very highly regarded. They get the icing on the cake. So let's see. Normal generate. This gets flavor combo, get valid random dish type. Okay. And then flavor combo, we just take you. So what's the difference between you and you? Oh, this makes sense. So what normal generate's doing is it's getting, let's see, gets any random, well, I don't even know how you'd say that. Maybe we should touch on orders now. That might be handy because we're working on customers and customer orders. It's in the, yeah. Let's touch this since this is really old, and I stand with you. Necromancers are some of my favorite mages. I may not be able to see your words, but we are not across platforms. Let's see. So let's go up to the top here. I want to make sure we customize. Let's see, level data. I don't think that's important. Dish, I also don't think it's important at the moment. What we need to worry about is customer profile, customer manager, customer. Yeah, probably. Okay, so this is the guy we're worrying about. If the dish is invalid, so if we don't set a dish, this is the spawning how I can debug, then we do it based off of different things. And then for set order, we can set the order to customize set order. So for example, go back to the order, let's go through these guys. So type, random, normal, dislike, surprise, and mixed dish flavor. A normal is selected flavors plus product. Dislike is blacklist flavors. Now, blacklist flavors, I can't remember. The difference between blacklist and whitelist. If we go back here, let's see. Dislike. So I had the idea of different mancers disliking different things. So for example, necromancers disliking sweet and midi-mancers disliking bitter, and maybe we can implement that, but for right now, let's just focus on the favorite flavor. And necromancers are just healers. Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin. And I read a novel before that had necromancers basically legalized at the top brass, so it was interesting to think how that kind of thing would be implemented. Problems in novels, I see. Let's see. So, I keep clicking B, don't I? In our customer guy here, normal selected flavors any product. We need one for, let's see, blacklist. So dislike, let's do light. And so it'll be one at minimum, so at least one liked flavor. Let's see, go back to here, at least one favorite. Favorite, V-O-R-I-T, favorite mixed. Let's see, at least one favorite, F-A-V-O-R-I-T-E, plus, and random, plus products. And then for here, right, what I'll do then is we'll go into here, copy you, and we should be able to get the customer, I believe. So we do function here, you do dislike generator. Perfect, this works great in our options. So for our mixed flavors, we'll grab the customer, and then we'll do dislike generator. This is not going to be the mixed flavors, this is going to be favorite mixed. And I did read that, good. And bitter disgusting flavor will truly be surprised. The thing is, someone suggested the idea of like a mystery flavor. And can you imagine, right? Mystery flavor, and the wizard type is magician. Magician mancer. There's a lot of fun things you could do with it. And then maybe the music has to be, what is it, noir film? That's a fun idea. So let's see, mixed favorite. So mixed favorite, flavors generate. And then from here, flavor 1 will always be the favorite. So if we go here, right, and get valid random dislike flavors, let's see. So customer, we'll grab this, and then we'll just go here and do favorite, dislike flavors. You can do favorite flavor. Favorite, F-A-V-O-R-I, favorite flavor. I like that mystery flavor mixed with noir idea. And a street magician. These days, it's like how in Harry Potter you can sometimes have wizards who aren't naturally wizards. So don't quote me on that. I don't know much about Harry Potter to begin with. So let's see. Profile, class, not dislike flavor. And it's also not going to be an array. As if we go back to here, let's see. Yeah, you're not an array. Or you shouldn't be at least, but we'll just grab class favorite flavors. So favorite flavors, we grab the wizard class. That's what that W means. Since if I do class, it's a what is it? A natural variable in Godot, and need a mine class. But then how would the music work? Would it just be a silent song? Let's see. So we grab our flavor type, and then we do, let's see. Grab you, flavor 1, grab you here. Then we do flavor.type, and we do not dislike flavors, favorite flavors. And here we go. And since this is flavors, we'll keep that the same for now. So mixed favorite flavors will create favorite flavors. And then for the flavor 1 is always going to be that favorite flavor. And then flavor 2 is something else. And let's see. Ooh, we don't need this though. It can be a duplicate. This guy's checking for a duplicate. And mime play music when they perform. How would it work as a game, do you mean? And I imagine it'd be a cel-shaded mage like Spider Noir from Spider-Man. Oh yeah. I feel like that could be a lot of fun. So let's see. Favorite font, combo, and then dish type. Yeah, there we go. So then, right up here, we go back to our guy, and then all we have to do is do type, and then dot, and then do mixed. Oh, mixed favorite, F-A-V-O-R-I-T-E, something I think flavor, and we'll see. And then do you here, and then do enter on you, and then we'll do customer. And then, what are you supposed to be? Favorite mixed. Got ya, favorite mixed. And then from here, what we can do is then say, if we go back into our customer manager, now I can just do comma, space, favorite mixed. And that type should be order dot type. And oh, I don't know if you can hear those words. Let's see, order dot set order. And now we do favorite mixed. And imagine the juice if the soundtrack of Necrotype Cafe changed based on what combination of mages are currently in the store. That would be cool. It'd be difficult, I think, but it would be cool. I do want that to happen when a ghost happens, as the main character is afraid of ghosts. Despite being a necromancer, she's terrified. And wait, is that's what he's saying? It's got 2 big ones. So let's see. Levels here and then, let's see. You here, and you here, and you here. Lovely. Background puppy. And let's see, Borka, you did hear it. Let's see. No one spawns. So now, when we spawn a customer, they should have the right type. So for example, if we spawn in a Medimancer, they have to have sweet as the first flavor. And that would probably have to be dynamically generated, otherwise we're gonna make, yeah. It's the thing of, I still want to keep this game small, since it is my second game. However, once I complete what I want to complete, I wouldn't mind coming up with updates for the game to go back on ideas I wanted to expand on, things of that nature. So let's see, spawn customer. So, we have a necromancer, or not a necromancer. Who are you? Huh? What did you do with the necromancers? You're a Medimancer, aren't you? Hold on, cafe, let's see, remote? We're about to check your details. I'm gonna check you at the door. Player, not player, customer manager. Customer, what are you? You're a Medimancer, but we're calling you a necromancer. Why? Okay, hold on. I'll be back. And is your puppy? I've got 2. They're lab pit bull mixed. They're big. Let's see. I don't know if you know as well, Frost. I also have a burb. She's a cockatiel. Let's see. So something here's wrong. The name's not correct. So go back to our customer manager here, and she's in disguise. She's the, if the idea is that you don't order or they can't order disliked. And first time seeing this, love the character sprites. Thank you, I'm glad you like them. There's a lot subject to change, but I'm really happy with how things are coming along. And I'm glad you enjoy it too. And indeed, and send pictures of them. Fortunately, I feel like that'll be a little bit too fourth wall breaking. So you just have to imagine. Theater of the mind. And I did read that. So, why? New customer dot name. New customer? Customer number. And then it says spawn customer profile index. Okay, hold on. Let's go back into details. And of course. And thank you for respecting as well. Let's see. You. Spawn. You are necromancer. That is correct. But you want sweet. You don't know what you want. You don't want sweet. You should want bittersweet. So something is broken. And we need a cockatoo as a guest character on stream like Bobby. I wouldn't mind that one bit. She's very fight. But that's the thing. It's like, you know, I try my best to be as positive as possible. But if you want a diva, she's as diva as they get. Let's see. New spot. Assign customer. Okay. So something here's making it so the names aren't correct. New customer dot name. Profile index customer number. Okay. Let's do new customer dot print. Print profile. Something like that. It should allow us to do. Dot profile. Let's see. Set profile. Create profile. You here. Let's see. You. Your profile is new profile. We do new name. Where are we doing new name at? We don't do new name anywhere. And I did read that. Let's see. New name, you here. Okay. So we'll remove you. New name's not needed. We don't really need the new name, as it's not even being used, which is interesting, right? You're not using it? Yeah. And let's see. Go back to our customer manager here. We don't need you here. Gaia. Okay. So you're there. Set profile. And now this guy here. Create profile. What else are you doing? And let's see. Set profile customer. You don't need to be a thing anymore. You can also comma. And what does set customer order do? That's what I'm wondering at the moment. Let's see. This guy here sets the... This is what we took out of the original function. This guy here, it sets the order, and if it's invalid, you randomize it. So the idea is that we make sure the order is valid. If the order is valid, we set the order, we make sure it's a favorite mixed, so it has to be whatever the customer wants. So for example, Necromancer, it has to be bitter something. For Medimancer, it should be sweet something. But right now, the customer sprite is not matching up with the customer's name. And also this here too, because it says Necromancer, but it also says sweet sweet. Oh, you can't see it, hold on. Hide, there you are. It says sweet sweet, which shouldn't be a thing at the moment. It should say bittersweet, something like that. So somewhere along the lines, we lost the goal. Let's see. Go back down here, new customer dot, and I want to print the profile. So create profile. What this guy is doing is index. That makes sense. And I just focused back in. Why did the Medimancers hijack the Necromancers? They're taking over. And I don't know. That's currently a bug we're trying to fix. Let's see. Set profile. Set profile says new profile. Sprite. Yeah. Okay. Add child sprite. So the sprite offset, position, new position. We set the profile status and all of these guys. This makes sense for it to be a function. I can see why you would put the profile in. However, I'm not sure how I feel about this guy. It feels a little bit odd. But at the same time, I think it's fine. The issue is we also set the profile... Well, no. I think we fixed that idea. The idea that we would just create the profile in here to set the profile. So this makes sense. This is fine, I think. So in our customer here, we set the sprite in the class, instantiate all those guys. What I want to see is, do I have a print function? We have print order here, set profile. I want to see about print profile. There should be one on here. If I go back to customer manager, I think it's like dot profile and then dot print profile. There we are. I want to get the data on that. And let's go ahead and do you here and then see what we're working with. Oh, also for a customer in our profile print profile, let's also set the name of the profiles. So what I can do is in our print profile, where are we at? Print profile, customer profile. And then for our you here, yeah, there we are. String W class. So the class should be something different. I saw ads. Yeah, ads are about to start, so I'll fix this. And Minimancer songs are just spaces or Mimomancers. That is a cute idea. However, I don't have it hooked up so that the poems react to the flavors. Or no, I do, but they're not, it depends. But yeah, I do like that idea too, Zero. And debugger might help us find the chain of events that lead to the hijack. Yeah. We might have to pull up the debugger. Usually when I debug, I like to use strings and print out, but sometimes you do have to go through the code and stop and pause. What I wanted to do was I wanted to grab, and it's always tricky. I keep copying and pasting. You need to start typing it out. If we do minigame over, we can grab this set of code here. You can already see it's already copied. So copy, and then I'll write it out myself. So what we need to do is, it needs to be string, and then we take the class. So for example, it's going to be class, and then it's going to be dot find key. We take the key of W class, and then we're going to set it to all lowercase. So dot 2, and then underscore PASCAL underscore case. And then I also want to do the number as well. So we'll do plus, we'll do a space here, and then we'll do U, and then we'll do space, and then we'll do STR, and also do W class here too. W class. So we can see the name. It'll make it easier to read. So grab you. And why are you angry? Do you need another guy here? No, hold on. You there to the left. 3 lefts. And then left, right here. And then we have left, right here. Oh, you need it here, I think. And then you here should be 2, I believe. Let's see. It's always the nesting guys. And hi, is it Tatchery? Maybe. Welcome to the stream. It says you've been here before, but I feel like I recognize that name. But welcome in. And hello, I love to watch you code while coding along with you. Lovely. I'm glad I can give you some motivation to us. Definitely, it can be overwhelming when it gets big. But the most important part is writing stuff down, getting stuff there, and then you can clean it up later. And it's been a year, so I can clean it up now. And okay, let's see. So class, we have the string of the class. That's this guy here. Let me double check here. You there, you're fine. And then we have the string of W class. So why are you angry? Let's see. You get plus. Oh, you need to be plus. And you. And then we have, let's see. You're there. And then we take this guy here. And we do you need to go here, like that. Okay. So now if we spawn it, it should say the name and the number. And that's, hold on. Okay, well, no, we'll let them do their thing now. I'll let them run. It just gives me some time to get some water. And since they're doing their thing, let me get water. Tasty, tasty. And let's go ahead and also give a little bit of juice. This is nice and tasty too. And see you in a bit. Oh yeah. I'll be here when you come back. I can't say I have been, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't remember. I was speaking and then I lost my track of thought. If I remember, I'll let you know right now. I don't remember. So in the meantime, you know what? What can I do? Let's see. Well, I've been, because, I say today, but depending on your time, and hey, are you wearing glasses? Yeah, and hi, Double Pickles. Welcome into stream. Indeed, the glasses come on when programming happens. I go from a non-programmer mode and big brain time to glasses. As you know, you gotta act like what you want to be. And usually I have a cup of coffee with my programming, as it makes me feel like I got a bit of class. However, I've been drinking coffees in the morning, and to have coffee back to back, I don't know if I want to do that. Coffee doesn't affect me too well. However, sometimes you just don't want to have coffee back to back. Sometimes I want a little bit of juice in between. So for right now, not the case. What I wanted to show you was the little feature I'm working on for the jam. And I learned a lot from you when coding, and explaining. Lovely! I'm glad I'm able to explain it in a way that's easy to understand. That's really nice to hear. That is one of my hopes, is that you can, for people who want to get started, they can understand it's not too, if you try to think through the things, it becomes a lot easier to understand. Excuse me, let's see. And what I was saying here is that I'm creating a system right now that lets you see what the flavor description is. In this example, it's sweet, and then it gives you a name, and then it gives you the class. So once submissions are up, I'm hoping I can use the system. So for example, if I go into, let's see, you here, close you down, and I go into, I believe, the test screen, let's see, testing screen, this guy here. And in this code here, what I can do, for example, is say, okay, I want it to show sweet. I can say I want it to show bitter. So I can do bitter, and then it'll show bitter. So the hope is that I'll be able to use this guy when I add all the submissions. And her strategy is pretty effective too, both in coding and especially in Pixar. It's quite a joy to co-work with. Lovely to hear. I'm really glad. Let's see. So if I go back to test, right? Now we see bitter. So the hope is that when I add the flavors from the submissions, this will make it easier to see what people are going for, the names and the class. I don't know about the font size, but I've got a small system. Also lets you see the color too. You can see it changed. And I can even choose which one to see. So for example, bitter memory, I can have it do memory if I just do second. So I can do second here, right? Click on play and welcome back from the ads. So now it should show memory because memory is the second flavor. And it does. See? I'm really excited to see how this is used, as again, I want her book to have this information when you look it up and you're going through the menus, since I want it to be, what was the word? Diagenic. In the sense of in-game things, so in-game UI is her looking through her book. So the hope is that you'll see the descriptions and class associated with the flavor, is the hope. As if we go back to here really quickly, this guy here, this is the book. It is very bare bones, but eventually it'll have some neat pages and stuff, and you'll have a lot of reading you can look through. And, well, that's a really good UI. Oh, thank you. And especially the scrolling skulls. That was a little tricky to implement. Oh, I don't know why I exited. It was a little tricky to implement. All this is a shader. It's a shader moving a single image of the skulls. And it was difficult. I can say that for sure. Because I don't know anything about shaders, but once you get down shaders, it's not that bad. And the power of parallaxing. So let's see, right? Let's go ahead and spawn that customer, see what it gives us. And enter. Okay. So, in our output, a necromancer, it should have classes like flavor. Where's our class like flavor? Did you ever print that out? Let's see. Class dislike flavor. We're gonna need our class favorite flavor. Favorites. And then we're going to need our favorites. There we go. Favorite flavor. Okay. Waiting position. All of these guys are times. So it should get a necromancer. If I go ahead and continue in our code, so I go ahead and click that guy there, it does spawn in a necromancer. And this guy says necromancer. So it is spawning in a medimancer. It is doing what it needs to. However, the text itself is incorrect for some reason. So the good news is it seems that maybe it gets changed or something, but something's off a little bit. And anytime I hear shaders, my brain trembles in fear. There is, let me see if I can find it really quickly. Again, I didn't know what shaders was. I still don't know what shaders are. Godot, shader, there's a website. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? Yeah, okay, I think I found it. And let me copy here and move you here. I can show ya. So if I go to this guy here, do open you, paste you, enter you, I'll put this here and here for those that are curious. Those shaders are neat. I hope to get better at shaders for future things I try to do. If oh, it's not loading on here, so let me just load you into here. We can go into here. There's different websites you can go to, but if I go into you here, you should be able to see you can get different effects by just looking at things. So for example, this person here has a dynamic shader, and shader is, it's like, you could call it maybe a plugin code, and there's things that are going on in here, but for the bare bone things that go on, if you find something you like, if you can understand what they're saying, for example, enable rotation, rotation strength, rotation speed, you can mess around with these settings, figure out what they do, and from there add it. And that's cool. I do agree, yeah. It's just the thing of slowly understanding. Usually, if it's something I'm trying to do in home shaders, there's a lot of different websites like this. Mine is, I think, a parallax, but depending on what you're looking for, there's a lot of neat features you can add. Let's see, back to you here. And people, yeah. They're really talented people out there. Okay, so go here, spawn a necromancer. Because we know it's not a necromancer, right? Because this is medimancer. So let's go back to you here. Spawn a cookbook current level profile index dot name. And we know medimancer is 1, which means necromancer is 0. So it's getting a profile index that's not the right profile index, is my guess. I think. So, let's see. Print, and we'll do profile index. I'm gonna guess this is going to say the necromancer, but let's see. So I go ahead and click play on here, right? Let's see what happens. Oh, I'm hoping we don't have to stop and play too much, as I really do like the printing. The printing method works for me because I can see it a little bit better, and I also print in colors and stuff, so easy on the eyes. And my favorite thing to do with shaders is to dissect them to understand the code. Yeah, that's what I did for this. I modified this. I figured it out in the moment. And then attempting to implement in a fresher off suitor code. Yeah. Trying to understand something, then make your own is a great way to learn. I can agree to that. Let's see. You here, spawn customer, and you here. Oh, would you look at that? I don't know if you can see it, but our profile index for some reason is set to negative. Oh, okay, I know why. Because we use it initially here, but we don't update it. Because when we spawn a random customer, it sets it. So if I hide you, hold on, where are you gonna go? There. Okay, so up here, right? Index is set to -1, which means choose a random index. But here, where we set the profile, where here we set the profile index changes. But it only changes on the customer side of things. Because we don't update that profile index, it still thinks that profile index is the same -1 outside of that. So it gets changed in this function, but it doesn't get updated outside the function. So what that means is that instead of profile index, which happens here, what we need it to do instead is do new customer.profile.type, I think, or W class. So to update this, what we would do is do profile dot, and then it would be W class. And then that will give us the correct one, since this is where we updated at. So let's see. If I go ahead and click on, let's see. Flavor combo to string. Yep, that guy makes sense. New customer.desired flavor combo. Yep, as these guys are already set, so we should be good to go. Okay. So, if my questioning is correct, the issue with the string here, and this is also debug string, so it doesn't change the code itself, it just lets me know what's going on underneath the hood. So if I mess around with this now, it should give us the correct customer since it's now dependent on the customer itself, not a guy to look at. So if I click on you here, let's give a good old test, right? spawn. We want it to be... Oh. Let me show you something as well. I created another debug tool. I don't know why it does this, but... Hold on, I'll show you. I spawned a Medimancer. So something's still off. Let me restart the day. Where are you going? I didn't seat you. Spawn. Spawn and seat customers. Amount. It's so weird. But I do have a system now where I can batch spawn customers, but for some reason when I spawn them, their animations are funky. Isn't that odd? They work, it's just the animations are funny. But this does let me spawn multiple customers to test it. It's a 50-50 chance for it to be a Medimancer and a Necromancer, and it seems to be the Medimancers that are the ones that are selected. Let's see. We were checking, if I go back up here, spawned a Medimancer with an order. So now, something is up with this guy here. Cookbook current level customer name. Okay. I think this is still off. If we do current level customers, and I go to you here, actually, hold on. Print, let's see. Print, and then do you here. This should be 0. Let's see. And, Mancer of Mancers, Army Mancer. Oh boy, let's see. Spawn in a customer here enough. I did read that. Okay, 0, Medimancer. So, my next guess is 0 is the index of the global guy, which we do not need. What we need to do instead is do again, and let's see if I can remember, right? Because I don't want to keep copying and pasting. This is going to be customer profile dot, and then it's going to be class, and then I believe, okay, I don't remember past this part. I think you do this. It was like a dot something. I don't remember, so let's check. It is dot find key. Okay, let's go back into here, right? Class dot find key, and then we set it to the key of the class. So this should change the name now. If I go here, we also need to change it to string. So we do here, and we need to do str, string there, and string there. So now it should correlate. And behold my field of full mazes. Lay your eyes upon chaos and despair. Oh boy, let's see. I did that. So we can go ahead and spawn customer again. What do we get? We have 1, it's a Medimancer, and it is a Medimancer. This seems to work correctly now. Now we just need to make sure the spawning of the flavors. So we go ahead and spawn a customer. Medimancer is 1, so Necromancer should be 0. Spawns a Necromancer. Maybe I didn't do 0. Oh, hold on. Spawn customer. Nope, that is 0. Hold on. Something else is off now. Interesting how that works. And she pulled the VA out. If I can be dramatic, I shall. And time for a loop. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hopefully not. So, Medimancer 1, you're 1. Class, profile, W class. Let's see. So you are Medimancer. You are 1. You are 1. So why is it giving us something else? New customer.profile.w class. You should be Medimancer. Medimancer. And then it says Medimancer. Oh, did I read that wrong then? Let's see. Medimancer, oh, maybe I read it wrong then. Okay, that's fine. And then here we have our 0. So this would be our customer type. So spawn customer profile index. If customer profile index equals 0. Otherwise, we do it the index based on the... Okay, let's double check. Do some reading. And hi, Crispeter. Crispeter, maybe. Welcome to the stream. Hello. And you are definitely going to be big. Oh, sweet. And it shows the effort yields results. I've been doing this for a little bit, and I can certainly say the progress is going. I just got to keep at it. So thank you. And going from cotton candy to Eldritch Demon between one line. Oh boy. And hi, sweetheart dreams. Welcome to stream. And oh look, a game developer. How nice. Hello. And indeedy, I developed the game. I'm working on a rhythm typing cafe game. And right now, we're doing the cafe portion and spawning the customers. And The idea is that we're in a wizard academy and your customers are wizard students of different wizard classes. And for some reason, the wizard classes don't want a wizard class. So if I do, let's see. Oh, we teleported. Don't need to do that. If we do print, we should be able to get the number. So print customer profiles. So you can kind of see a little bit down there. Medimancer is 0, Necromancer is 1. So if I do spawn customer and I make this 0, it should spawn a Medimancer. It does. The Medimancers are the pink guys. And it says he. Oh. No, we're good. We're good. Class Medimancer 1, 1. And then if I set it to 0, I'm guessing then it'll be oh no. It needs to be set to 1 here. And there we go. Yeah, Necromancers. They're the purple ones. Okay, so it does seem to be working. Alrighty. And Necromancer has sweet bitter cookie. So now we're back to our original problem that they're not choosing the first flavor is not doing what it needs to do. I think. Hold on. Sweet bitter. I don't think I have bittersweet. Maybe that's why. Hold on. I think I can do let's see. Print I do spell possibly spell manager. Where are we at? Go back to you here. Spell manager. I want to see if I can do the print screen from that manual up there. Let's see. Spell manager dot. I want to see if I can do print. So can I do print? Print flavor grid. Let's see. Print flavor grid like this here, and then I do you here. So spell manager, you here, and then do not get random spell. I want to do dot print flavor grid. I cannot do you. Maybe if I do that, I cannot. That is okay. Oh no, it worked. Oh, that's neat. Let's see. Okay, so I'm guessing the reason why the first flavor's not working, right? I was expecting bittersweet. I don't think there is a bittersweet to pull upon, and I really gotta stop playing my GM submission to check if I'm happy with it, and then immediately switching to watching the stream. Pala, you don't have too much time. I really do wish you luck. I'm certainly a last-minute myself, though. But in my last minute, I do my best work. So I understand the rush. Got some time left, so use it wisely, but I appreciate you putting a lot of effort into trying to do the jam. So let's see. I was expecting the second flavor. Second flavor? Maybe if we make it the first, yeah, second flavor too? This is making sense though, right? Necromancer, because we wanted at least one to have bitter. And this guy here is saying, right? Sweet, there's not going to be a bittersweet. There's only sweet bitter. As you can see, we have a bitter, and when it's combined with sweet, sweet bitter. Sweet is always the first guy to go, unless it's something else. So this does make sense. And, oh, thank you. And I saw your name and immediately pulled out the Amori. That is next on the game playlist, and I'm currently working on my own game at the moment. It's always nice to see other devs too. Game devs such a fun thing because there's so many ways to do it. Thank you as well, Eska. So let's see. Print all you guys here. Okay, so I think we are good to go. From what I'm seeing, let me go ahead and go to our order guy, and instead of the first flavor, I want to send it to the second flavor. And thank you for sending it on there as well. Let's see. So mixed flavors. Instead, we'll set you to flavor 2. So we're just gonna do some of that, and then some of that there, and then yeah. There we go. Okay, so now the second flavor should be always the flavor that they use, regardless of the case. So it could be a sweet bitter, or it could be a sweet sweet. I think that should work out well. And saying that, cook level flavors duplicate. I think that's good. I think that works. So let's go back into our customer manager, right? Let's remove all the prints. So let's see you here. Print you. And then let's see. We need to remove, I think that's it. I think it just, yeah. And that was printing customer profile, and it also was printing an int. So click on play here, see where we're at in town. And I can go ahead and hide you here. Oh, no, that's not that one. Hide you. Show you again. Click on levels here, you here. Alrighty, so let's see if it works. We need to spawn a customer, and the customer is oh, you are a Medimancer. Hold on. I got the names confused. Yes, you're a Medimancer, and you should have sweet. And they have a sweet order that you cannot see. Hold on. There we go. Sweet order. It's a sweet cookie. Their customer profile is still getting printed. And let's see if we can remove that very quickly. So let's see, class, print debug. Where are we printing out the customer profile? Is it up here? No. Oh, print profile. There you go. Okay. Pause. Play again. just to make sure we're on the right track. Let's see. Go ahead and click on play here. You here. There we go. Okay. So spawn. It's either going to spawn a customer, a Medi or a Necro. And this is a Medi. Sweet, sweet. Yep, that makes sense. We spawn another customer. This time, let's try, I think it's 0 for Necromancer. No, Medimancer, but it says Sweet Bitter. That makes sense.
Sweetheart draws just followed.
It should be Sweet, Sweet, I believe. And thank you for the follow as well, Sweetheart Draws. Thank you. And welcome in. Welcome to, Bugs. Let's see. If I close you here, this shouldn't be Sweet Bitter. It should be the other one. It should be, let's see. Spell testing, go back to orders here. In here, flavor 1 first, flavor 2 second. And this is favorite flavors. Get valid random. What are you doing, get valid random? Blacklist. Ooh. Okay, never mind. Let me go ahead and see. If I do get valid random. Whitelist is the guys that we can't add, and we remove the blacklisted items. So, what we should be doing is something like this. Get valid random, favorite flavors. And now, it should give us sweet always at the end for our Medi, and bitter always at the end for our Necros. Let's see. Spawn customer. Bitter. Yep. Good. Okay. Spawn customer. What are you getting? Let's see. Sweet bitter. Yep. Because bitter, the second flavor is always going to be bitter. And for the Medis, the second flavor should always be sweet. So let's go ahead and spawn customer again. And sweet bitter. You're a Medimancer. You should not be sweet bitter. Why do you want sweet bitter? It should be, sweet should be the last one. Interesting. Okay, let's see. So what we do is do valid random flavors. Favorite flavors equal the profile flavor type. Get you. And then from there we get a whitelist. Return whitelist.pick random. So why are you sweet bitter? Should be like bitter. Maybe because the first flavor was sweet? That is a possibility too. That the first was bitter, second was sweet, but because it couldn't do the names properly, so I think we're fine. I want to lastly do one more test where we spawn a lot of customers and see about one more test to make sure everything's working. So now, I believe the number amount, what we're about to find out. I think it's 16. It's either 16 or 12. Is it 16? Well, it doesn't matter. Freedom! Be gone! We'll wait for them to finish their orders and then make sure their flavors are the correct ones. And the mages are revolting. This time was a lot more necromancers. Go, my children! So let's see. You want a bitter. You want sweet bitter. They should want bitter. They both want bitter. You want bitter? You want bitter. Good. These guys should be bitter and sweet. And each desk represents the area. So that is this desk, and that is this desk. These two should be this desk, and these two should be this desk. And we can see bittersweet. So far, so good. We can grab you here. You should be... Ooh, that's not right. That's bitter. They shouldn't want bitter. They should want sweet. And then this here, bitter. So something's still a little bit off, it seems like, which is A-okay. And so what is the purpose of the flavor combinations? Are they two other flavor variable combined, or are the combinations a separate variable altogether, meant to represent two flavor combinations? That was something I had to figure out. Right now at the moment, it is a combination. If I go, let's see, I think I can go into dish here. I'm like this, yep. Right now, they are different combinations. So for example, I have sweet, bitter, but flavors themselves are independent. And this might not be the right way to do it. There's always usually a better way. Right now, how I have it is a flavor combo idea, because I need it to be some sort of enum, some sort of something, since it's also representing other areas. So while I could hold it as like a string, having it as an enum is helpful in the sense of I can just do numbers. And these mages are a bit fruity. They just want the experience of the necromancer's experience. Right now, well, that's what it was before, but they're not gonna want bitter. Their palates can't handle it. And let's see, necromancers are tired of this treatment. Maybe you want sweet, spicy. The hope is that that'll be something that happens in the game. This was an idea I had way back in Pawn Conceptions. And did they stutter? Bitter. Let's see. Oh boy, let's see. Favorite mix? Yep, and you here. Favorite flavor? Why are you not doing what you're supposed to do? favorite flavor, combo definition, favorite flavor, you should be, and let me also print this out as well. Print out favorite flavors. You should be, I believe, we'll just check the items. And I did read that. Yep. I would like it to be the case where you can customize depending on what the customer wants. So for example, spawn customer here. This customer, when they order, it'll be like maybe a specific color saying, hey, I don't care what you give me, surprise me. Or hey, I want this to be only the things I like. Or give me anything but what I dislike. I think that would be fun, but I think it would be a big system. And I would use enum flags. It lets you multi-select enum values into a single variable. Ooh, I have heard of flags before. Very recently. I'm talking a few months ago. That might be something to look into, especially since I have been working on this game for about a year. So a lot of this code is old. So I wouldn't be opposed to looking up enum flags, as I do remember hearing about them. And let's see, I did read that. And are you sure? You said, hesitantly passing the triple shot black coffee to the Medimancer. The Medimancer gives a death glare while chugging the coffee, slamming their fist on the table.
Abstract Sophie subscribed on YouTube.
And hold on, let me get that name. I still don't know why it decides to sometimes not show the name, but abstractoscopy? Is that how you say it? Welcome on the stream, and thank you for the follow. Welcome in, or well, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. There's a difference. And while Mike Me just want bitter, they need their coffee. It's a hard day's work. So let's see. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. However, right, the combinations doesn't matter if it's first or second. So would the bitter sweet and sweet bitter still be the same value? I don't know too much about flags, but I have heard of them at the very least. And the alert sometimes just decides not to show. Yeah, maybe the name's getting caught behind the other sources. Maybe? And yes, it does. Ooh, okay, hold on. Once stream is over, I can certainly look into it. Look into bit flags. As a cleaner system I can do, I am always for it. FLAGS. Bit flags. Thank you for the suggestion. Let's see. And hello. What's all this then? Hi, Chaotic Lad. Welcome to stream. Right now, we're working on the customer orders, and I don't know if you've been here before, but I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game. This setting is a wizard academy, and you're serving wizard students, and there's different classes. So, for example, Medimancer, which is healer wizard, and then you have necromancer, and then you have cryomancers, and each wizard is associated with a flavor. And right now, we want that customer order to reflect that. So, if you're a necromancer, you want something bitter. It could be bittersweet, but it's gotta have bitter in it. And right now, for some reason, it's not doing what it needs to do. And hi, Arno. Welcome to the stream as well. Hello, welcome on in. And don't forget to drink water and stretch below desk. Yeah, very important. I usually do it every hour. And I've been here like once. I see, yeah. The name didn't ring a bell, so welcome back. And Deltarune, I see. Well, welcome to the main event. Code Refactoring. Let's see. So, this generates mixed flavored colors. And we were checking to see 2. And 2 is favorite flavors. If we go to check for dishes here. Yep. And go 0, 1, 2. Oh, 0, 1, 2. We're getting numbers are not good enough now. Let's see. Print favorite flavors. Nah, that's not what we want. We want a list of flavor names. So how can we do that? Flavor.type. It was 2, so it's actually here, 0, 1, 2. Your favorite flavor, necromancer, was bitter. That did make sense. Okay. And in our Medimancers, let me just double check. Order, dishes, customer manager. We're looking for customer profile. Spell testing, nope. We need spell manager, nope. Order, nope. Customer manager. We're looking for profile. Where's the profile at? There we are. Okay. And then up here, necromancer's bitter, Medimancer's sweet, tutorialmancers are wild card, are also sweet. So we take the class favorite flavor. Makes sense. Okay. And then we go back into here. So back into our order. And it is, let's see, mixed favorite flavors. Class favorite flavor. Yep. And then we take the customer dot profile dot. Oh, hold on. If we just do that, would that work? Hold on. I think something's wrong with this. And, oh, if I were you, I'd make a dedicated flavor preference class, which has a list of integers and predicate for how they prefer the preference. Ooh, that might be a little bit too intense. The thing is, this is the second game I've ever made, and I've been working on it for about a year, but there's still a lot for me to learn. I'm using this project as a learning device, a learning tool. Right now, how I have it set is just a bunch of dictionaries, as if I want them to have, or at least here. So in a customer profile, if I'm making a new customer, for example, Medimancer, I can always, I believe, or it should be the case, where I can modify their things here. And everyone here's way too smart, I don't know. It's a lot of learning as you go, Chaotic Laugh, and give me a double shot. I just spent 3 hours constantly healing a barbarian. It was way too stupid not to run head on towards the dragon. It's been a long day's work. Let's see. So class favorite, it should give us 2. 2 is correct. I'm wondering why, then, it doesn't like the idea. So we have flavor here, makes sense. Order all of you guys. Something's going wrong with the order itself. Array flavor type, yeah. So what we do is we take the customer.profile class favorite flavor. So I think it needs to be the case that we do profile class favorite flavor. Yeah, and cannot assign dictionary value. Ooh, okay. I think I understand what it's saying. What we'll do instead then is do @export var, and then we'll do a flavor. And this will be our favorite flavor. Favorite, F-A-V-O-R-I-T-E, favorite flavor, like this. And it's going to be a flavor dot type, and then we're going to set it to flavor dot type, and then equal to flavor. I got an idea. And let's see, if you can speak a language, you can code. A lot of the fundamentals carry over. Oh yeah. And I'm on my third ever game, and I've been learning Unity since February. Ooh. Oh. I haven't tried Unity before. I've only ever used Godot, but I've heard good and bad things. It really is the program that makes the engine. So really, that's the like sounds like a lot of fun. And did I miss anything? I think we're good. Lovely. And I want to learn Spanish, and I don't know. Yeah, I want to learn a lot of different languages. So let's see. Flavor.type dot none. And then what we'll also do is do not a flavor.type. We're actually going to do an array here. So an array of flavor.types for our disliked flavor. So something like this. And then from there, we're going to say you are going to be your disliked flavors. D-I-S-L-I-K-E-D. Disliked flavors, which is you here. And that way we can get rid of this. Now, I'm not sure where we use this. We should really only use this in order. And it seems to be the case we also only use it in order, which is good. So we can go ahead and just, remove you. You're no longer needed. And now, if we go into our customer profiles, right? So our Medimancer, now we can modify these. Oh, well, you need to be modified all over the place. Okay, just like array int. Interesting. This should be var. Wouldn't this show up as an enum? Like it does here. Favorite flavor. Oh, it does. Okay. And disliked flavors. Huh. Why doesn't it show up as a type, you think? You don't need only languages in Hebrew. Logic's to use your language to think through the logic. Interesting. And I don't think I've ever met someone whose first language is Hebrew as well. And I did read that. Good. I'm wondering why the size, or it's in an int. I know why, because it's, oh, never mind. That works. Good. Okay, never mind then. We're good. So favorite flavor is going to be sweet for a Medimancer. And then the size of disliked flavors, let's just say bitter. And then our order patience, let's see. These guys overall have high patience. And their eating speed's pretty moderate. Reading speed, vanish. Makes sense. And then we have our necromancer. Our class is going to be necromancer. Let me make sure our Medimancer is also Medimancer. Good. And then our necromancer, favorite flavor, is bitter. Our disliked flavor, we'll just set it to sweet for now. And then from there, we also have line patience. They're pretty patient. They're also pretty patient, yep. And then reading speed, oh, they take a long time to read. They're very methodical. And my English is definitely good enough for the basic logic gates. Oh, that's good. Then scale it up for words like for and like. And then you can expand a data type. Ah, I see. You know tiny bit of C? Oh, you're already on your way then. Let's see. For tutorimancers, let's see. You guys, why aren't you letting me open your profile? Let me in. Save here. Maybe because this isn't loaded up. So let's see. String class favorite flavors, W class. Yeah, so now we should just be able to do favorite flavor, and then we should be able to do disliked flavors, DIS dislike flavors. That should work. There we are. Now we can modify them. You're good to go. You're good to go. And tests and tutorial, all of those guys are good to go. Lovely, lovely. And while English might be good enough for it, every programmer's 5 years can often trip over basic logic. Oh boy, sometimes words do not word. I can't agree. And did I say hi to you as well, Arno? Welcome into stream. Hi. I feel like I did, maybe I didn't. But if I did again, hello again. welcome in. What a vibrant profile you have. So let's see here. Dish order. Okay, so now we take array, flavor type. Yeah, okay. And I'm wondering, does this matter on the array bit here? Because it does get valid random. So for our favorite flavors, we'll do type equal. Does this work if I just do this? Flavor, like that? And then we also can do, for our dislike, customer profile dot. And then we can go ahead and do, let's see, you here. And we also can just do dislike. So profile dot dislike flavors. And I think this will work out better. And then for you, class favorite flavor. So you're just going to be favorite flavor. And I think you get put into an array, if I'm not mistaken. And I think this should work out. And then we have dislike flavors. We just grab that in there. Okay. And in fact, really, we don't need just do this. This doesn't feel like it's used a lot. And I still haven't implemented the disliked idea. I think that could be the updated sound. But right now, we're just keeping it basic. So, with those changes, how are we looking now? Let's go ahead and save this guy here and see where we're at. So, levels, you. We'll go ahead and do our spawn test again. So, well, I believe it's 12. There we are. 12 customers. So these customers will get an idea. And GDScript is definitely foreign to me. I thought Godot used C#. It uses its own script. It's called GDScript. However, most people say it's like Python, if you've ever used that before. I've never used that before. I dropped out of college, but when I was in it, I was learning C++. But from learning C++ to learning Godot's language, so GDScript, I had a really easy time. It was intuitive enough, though I had to drop pointers, which I'm not complaining about at all. So, all right. So these guys should have sweet in their order. You do not have sweet in your order. You have bitter. I think we messed up the logic. Are you going to have bitter too? I see. Uh-huh. But why do you have bitter? I was thinking it was, maybe it was moving it from one to the other. So for example, this guy here, it was taking out bitter. But then this is also bitter here. So someone's still acting funny. I don't like your funny business. Something's up. Let me go ahead and close this guy. I'm not sure. I think Godot can use C++, maybe Sharp. Yeah, I believe there's a plugin or something of the sort that can do it. And Python is a pain to use. I've never used it, but I have heard it's comparable at the very least. So let's see. Okay. We grab this guy in here, right? And we we need to do you here, get valid random. So we do whitelist array and then blacklist. So for blacklist item and blacklist, we erase it off of the whitelist, which makes sense. The idea is that, let's see. It's saying choose from this list. These are the things we want to have on our list. These are the things we don't want to have on our list. And if there are things that are in our blacklist items, erase them from our whitelist. Then return whatever remains in our whitelist. So if we go back into you here, mixed flavor generators, we're right now, and I think this is why, maybe this is the issue, an array flavor of type. How do you add to an array? I thought this was it. This would make it an array. Maybe we could just do flavor.type, and then maybe we can just do, let's see. I just do you, and then favorite flavors dot append, like that, and then you. I think that should work, though. Maybe there's a case, right, of you don't have to have mixed flavored flavors, but I think it depends. And I much prefer C#. Its runtime and generic scripting is really nice. And GDScript makes a lot of sense for Godot, given the fact it's primarily 2D games, which tend not to struggle too much with resource management or conditions. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. Click this guy again. And now what do we have? Go into you. I'm gonna spawn again. Got 12 people. Yup. Release the hounds. And let's see. So these two characters should want sweet. And let's see. Rare conditions. I knew what you were saying, Frost. No worries. So you two here? Sweet. Yep. These two should want something bitter. 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 This should want, you should want bitter. You should want something sweet. Ooh, you're different. I told you could, not conform. Let's see. Why, it's always these guys here that seem to not want it. And I'm just curious, are you gonna also say you don't want it? Yeah, no, they do. And then you should want bitter. And then you should also be bitter. Yeah. Some reason this guy here said I don't want anything sweet. Let's see. I think it's exit game or restart. And then we'll go ahead and spawn and seek customers. Do 12 again. Do another test run and see where we're at. In fact, I might just do all Medimancers. We'll see how things go. So we'll wait these guys out. Get a little bit of water here. And wait for them to look through their orders. Tasty, tasty. Okie dokie. So, you should be bitter. You should be sweet. Yeah. It seems to be the case. Medimancers aren't doing too well. Okay. So, what we can do is I can grab our no entity spawn list. And this is the level, I believe I called it. No entities. Entities? Yeah, no entities. This is my test level. And what I'll do is I'll remove necromancers. So now necromancers cannot be spawned into the game. Only medimancers. So now when I spawn customers, it should only be medimancers, which should help it boil it down. And all right, GM submission done. Lovely, lovely, Paula. I'm excited to see what you got. I'm really excited. Let's see. Spawn. And now let's do 12. They should all be... Oh, hi. There were supposed to be more of you. Spawn customers. Make sure it's 11. We're looking for 11 now. 11 seems to be the right number. There you go. And see, they're all Medimancers, and finally, I can rest. Well done, Paula. I'm super excited to see what you decide to come up with. So you here. Bitter. Bitter, bitter, bitter. Sweet, bitter, bitter. Sweet, bitter, bitter. Bitter, bitter. Bitter, 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 bitter. Yeah. Everyone should want something sweet. We have a few outliers that want something non-sweet. Okay, so let's go back to our ideas here. And randomness is always a pain when it comes to debugging. Yeah, it is. The good news is that you have ways to do a big amount of testing. That's why I added that command to stress test it. So let's see. Mixed flavors. Yeah, generator. You get valid random favorite flavors. Oh, you know what I just realized too? We don't even need to do valid random because there's only one favorite flavor. So can't we just do something like that? Because we know that they want that flavor. It's guaranteed and there's only one of that. I like your words, Magic Woman. Thank you, thank you. Did a little bit of wizardry on my time. So now, right, spawn customers, 12, release the hounds. Let's see how well this works. I'm gonna guess maybe that was the issue, but that also means something's wrong with that function maybe, which is not good for the overall code. But first, let's see if that did fix it. So everyone should want sweet something, whether it's sweet or bittersweet, it has to have sweet in it. And sweet is recognized as the pink ones. So you can see pink. So everyone should have a little bit of pink. But you decide no. Alrighty, you know what? I'll be back for you. I'll be back. So, what we did not fix it. There's still some outliers, which is good to know. Also good in the sense of, I know what I must do. And oh, now let's see. Just like generator, mixed flavors. Oh, I think maybe if I go into my cheats, I think I'm using the wrong command. Or hold on, mass spawn customers? When I mass spawn customers, spawn and seek customers, spawn customer, yeah, and when we do utility.spawn customer, the testing itself has broken the, hold on, spawn customers, find, and if we do connect spawn customers, it's going to do a random customer, and let's see, spawn customer, spawn customer, yeah. And it is you, but it shouldn't matter because it should still work the same. where we take the class. So no, it shouldn't matter. And does the random number end up going negative and breaking stuff? Random says, oh, we did that. It shouldn't, no. If I go back to here, because it just tries to, it loops the spawning. But no, that wasn't the idea, or that wasn't the issue. Spawn customer. 12 again, because 12's the max seating. And it should say, let's see. You guys here, yeah. And it says spawn Minimancer, bitter. I question you many things. Let's see. And no way the debugging tool broke the very thing that seeks to bug. No, thankfully not. As the spawn customer here, this is the function used to spawn customers. And how are the flavor values determined? How do you know a variable is sweet or bitter? Enums. I'm using enums everywhere at the moment, so flavors are themselves enums. You can see here, the type is sweet, bitter, none, or memory. That's the idea behind that. Let's see. Okay. So, customer profile, customer spawn, customer manager. We do spawn customer. So it's using this function, so it shouldn't, the debug tool shouldn't break itself. As if we go here, let's see, spawn customer, it's choosing the order when we do here, set customer order. And when we set the customer order, customer order, set order, yeah, we are using this function, order type flavored mix. And by the way, I just realized the Jameson Edition countdown on the website. I'm on Discord, not messed up. Oh, thank you for telling me, Paula. I will check that out. I always get my 11 and 12 AMs and PMs very confused. So thank you for telling me that. I will certainly update it. The one on the website is correct. I will take a check at the Discord one, but as we're checking, the website one is correct. Thank you for notifying me. Let's see, and I did do that. Oh, I'm starting to feel that the debugger may have saved us a wee bit of grief. And enums, my beloved, enums are very fun. Okay, set order, customer order type, favorite mix. That one is correct. We take the customer, we take the order mix if it is an invalid dish, which it should be. Otherwise, we set it with the dish type and dish flavor combo. We should be going into here. And from the set order, we do, let's see, you favorite mixed. You're saying favorite mixed, right? Just double checking. Let's see, go back to cafe, no, customer manager, favorite mixed. So favorite mixed is grabbing mixed flavor generate. And from here, we're taking the flavor 1 type, and then we're doing flavor combo, flavor grid, flavor 1, flavor 2. And then we do, yeah, that makes sense. Huh. Weird. Okay. A few more things we'll try. And every time I see it as 12, every time I set time as 12, I had units of midnight because I can never tell. Yeah, that's my issue. 12 and 11 are a little wonky sometimes. And hi, Jack Speckrita? Is that how you say it? I can try again if I butchered this. I most likely did. But welcome into stream. I don't believe I've said that name before. And hello, I'm recently gotten into coding. Do you have any generic advice or things you wish you did differently from the start? Plan. Make a game design document. Know what you're getting into. That's the best advice I can offer. Since you're on YouTube, you should be able to see the times I've done a GDD. If I do exclamation, game dev, GS, is that the command? Oh, it is! Lovely. In that case, there you go. I haven't done a whole guide, but what I can recommend at least is writing down your plans. As if once you write them down, you've realized them before you've even actually made it. So planning things out. If I show you right, hold on here. I go into concepts. You can see, anytime I get an idea, I write it down. And I work through it. I try my best to first figure out what I'm trying to do. So, for example, here, I want you to pick up an item from the bookshelf, select the item, and put it on the desk. But before I could implement that mechanic, I had to write down the steps. So first you have to interact with the bookshelf, then a menu pops up, you select the item from the menu, you then pick up the item, then you have to place it on the desk, and then you have to start the spell. So then I went through each of these and implemented them. Instead of kind of winging it, so to speak, I tried my best to figure out, okay, how do I want the menu to look, things of that nature. So most of all, I think writing things out has helped a lot. Let me go back into our programming here. But exploration through code is so fun. It is! And you do get to explore through code. Like I'm doing so now. And hi, Bite. Welcome to stream. And which note application is this? It's called Concepts. What I can't do is do exclamation FAQ. And I should also be able to do that guy there. It is concepts like the idea. And great, thank you so much. Well, got a lot of ideas. I do indeed. I'm an idea machine, but it's also remember, you gotta remember scope. That is important too. Know what you are capable of. So let's see. Mixed favorite flavors. Flavor combo. Yeah. Flavor combo. You here, and then you go there. Where are you setting flavor combo at? Void. Dish type equals. What are you doing with flavor combo? If I go back to here, I see. Okay, that makes sense. We're doing customer.desired dish equals dish type, and then desired flavor combo equals flavor combo. So it is getting set. That's why I'm setting the flavor combo in here. As we're setting the flavor combo in dish type, you can get a little bit closer. So let's see. This makes sense. But for some reason, the flavor grid is not flavor gridding correctly, maybe? That's my other guess. So what we'll do is we'll spawn in a customer, see if we can figure out why. And although I think exploration through code is easier to do in a library rather than a game engine, oh yeah, I was taught on a library that I didn't really enjoy, and now I'm working on a game engine, or working through, and let's see. And it's like swimming through her brain. Don't get too comfy. My brain is not an open place to be. Let's see. Let me scroll back down here. Do you hear? You hear? You hear? Oh, hold on. Yeah, there we are. I recognize Jack Spectruca. I watched quite of their content. Oh, how nice. The thing is, I just see the names and the icons, but that's really neat. That's super neat. Let's see. Where are we at? No one spawns. Okay. Spawn. Spawn customer. Spawn and see customers. Gonna do the 12 again, and then hopefully we can walk through the code a little bit. So, gonna go ahead and pause. Or, how do I pause? Pause. Okay, we're good. I'm safe. Let's see. And I did read that. Good. And I did read that. Lovely. Okay. So, go back up here. Bitter, sweet, bitter. Bitter, sweet, bitter. It always seems to be the case. Bitter is the second one. Maybe what we can do, sweet, bitter, bitter. Yeah, bitter's always the second one I'm noticing. Maybe because it's the fact that it's sweet? Possibly? For example, I'm wondering if I were to just, do you flavor 1, flavor 2. Yeah, if we just did you there, and then you there, and then you there, and then you here, and then you here, and then you there, and then some of those. Try again. Did swapping them around change anything? I'm wondering. And decided to look it up. So League, even better. I've given up the game, but I still watch it from time to time. And you can call me Jack. The mixed way is here. Well, welcome in, Jack. Hello. And do the little peeps explode if you feed them a bad potion? No, your potion, your food explodes if you do a bad food. You have to do your summoning correctly. And I did that. Esports veteran caster? Oh, how neat. I love the energy they bring into the scene. Even neater. Let's see. Spawn and see customers 12. We try again. And we're back to League again. All roads lead back to League. Oh boy, do I miss that game. Okay. Here's the final test. Hi, meme god. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. If I click on you here, bitter. What is going on here? Bitter. It seems like it made the bitter problem worse. Okay. This is fine. This is okay. We accept this, and we continue. I was playing a little bit of AR Earth earlier. Don't remind me. I've been 6 months sober. I'm trying my best. Let's see. Flavor combo, you here. Okay. I'm wondering, customer profile dot favorite flavor. Double checking, right? Medimancer. Your favorite flavor should be sweet. Yes. Sweet, disliked flavor. So, hold on. What? Huh? Hold on. Disliked flavors. Okay, you're bitter. Favorite flavor, sweet. That is true. And then we do favorite flavor dot type. Yes. Okay. So, what I want to try to do is print out the favorite flavor. So, if we do, okay, print. Let's see if I remember. It needs to be flavor dot type. And then it's going to be dot get key find or dot find key, and then I think it's going to be you, and then I think we do string. I think that's the command. I think I memorized it. We'll see. And I quit for about most of a year too. Oh boy, tell you, it's hard to quit. Now let's go ahead and spawn the customers again. Let's see what we get. So if I go ahead and do tutorial, not you, spawn. See customers, 12. Okay. Huh, would you look at that? Their favorite flavor is bitter. Hence why they're choosing bitter. For some weird reason, it's saying bitter. And I just want to make sure as well. Favorite flavor, sweet, bitter, all you guys there. Okay, so something's going on with the other things. Customer.profile. Customer. We're setting the profile, or we should be doing the profile before the dish. Let's double check on that, right? So customer manager, back to here. We set the profile, then the order. We do not. Hold on. If I just, you know, just gonna. If I do that, then, how's it looking? Spawn, Order of operation. I think I fixed it. It was profile before order, which is why it was not choosing it properly. Since the default was bitter, it was choosing bitter, which makes sense. It does. So let's see. If I click you, sweet. We have sweet. What about the lower end? Sweet. All sweets. Lovely. So now we can go ahead and change the flavors again. So to the latter ones. Lovely. Yeah, it worked. I'm so glad. Yeah, it was just swapping the order. Oh boy. Good. We figured it out. We got it. So now with that said, right, let's go ahead and remove you. Change this back to flavor 1 and flavor 2. So move you here and yippee. Flavor 1, flavor 2. So now it's guaranteed that the second flavor will always be their favorite flavor. And I kept sneezing. Help me. I wish I could, but whenever I sneeze, I get into a sneeze storm. And note for later, initialize empty. And if trying to come across empty field, crash the game so that doesn't happen. I'm wondering, right? Because I do have it as empty, or I have it as none, so it does crash. If we do customer manager here, yeah. So when I do set profile, we create it based off of the number. And my guess is that, yeah, it's automatically -1 as the crash. And if it's crash, we set it as awful things. So I'm wondering why it didn't call off. My guess is that when it was order, the order wasn't empty at the moment. It was maybe modified as we just do random here. Yeah, new customer, set customer order. And we grab the customer and we choose it depending on the profile. But if the profile isn't already created, so I guess a thing to prove it would be to put the customer order in here, as the order itself and the profile are different things. And usually when I do my code, I don't want them to know about each other. So I do my best to say, okay, you don't know about you, you don't know about you. So just go through the customer, since you do know about customer. And I mean, the customer scene probably had a default profile. Oh, maybe a customer, customer scene, customer. Yeah, it does. I see. So then I would just do you. There you go. And then do you. I think it does crash, but I don't know. Let's try. I do. Oh, also the customer profile default was necromancer, which is why we were getting bitter. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you for pointing that out, Pala. Okay, here. Spawn, customer, 12. Yeah, that's why I set it to default, because it does crash automatically when it's trying to set the variables. So instead, what I'll do is the default will be tutorial. If no one else, tutorial shall work. So profile, tutorial, profile. That way, if it's not supposed to be tutorial, I can know off the bat. The tutorial might have to have a favorite flavor. Maybe for now we can just set it as memory as the guy. But for now, profile, we'll just set it you as tutorial. And then from there, let's just go into our tutorial profile, you here. We'll set your favorite flavor to memory. Since I know memory is supposed to be ghost and things of that nature. So if it's memory, well, you know for certain that it's something's off. I think that'll make me sound the alarm. As I was wondering bitter, because bitter is a flavor that is expected. Not in that case, but in general. Bitter I would understand being there. So yeah. because memory only appears in ghosts, and since ghosts aren't a thing right now, it doesn't make sense. A wizard will never order memory. So if memory does pop up, something went wrong. Only ghosts know about the memory flavor. Okay, saying that, right? Let's go back into our no spawn list. Do one more test. No spawn, or entity. No entities. And I find that in order to prevent errors like the one you just went through, it helps to keep defaults as something that's illegal and have everybody override them. I don't do that. I do, let's see, profile. I'm guessing because the profile's empty? I do some case catches, and I maybe should do more. As here you can see, they're false here, and I have some enums that have like a none, as those are very helpful. They make me understand, okay, something's gone awry here, like there's a flavored none here. So I will add that to the list. Thank you for suggesting it, Paula. And ads are about to do their ad thing, so let them do their thing. Your default was bitter, right? And you gave the assumption that the necromancer logic was mapping over medimancer. The default was necromancer, and I made the necromancer instead the default of the default now is tutorimancer. So if the flavor is going to be, let's see, I could crash it too, I think, but I made the default now tutorimancer. So if I get the flavor of memory, oh, that shouldn't be a thing. And things are cooler when they fail loudly. Yeah, failing loudly. If you're gonna fail, you want it to be loud. And but it actually was the default mapping onto Medi. Yeah, it was using the default already before it rechanged and updated it. And ripped the commercial isekai'd me before. No worries, let me get some water while we're waiting on the ads to do the ad thing. Let me go ahead and also grab it here. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves, though. I always have fun when refactoring for me is really relaxing, really peaceful. I like the idea of just cleaning. Physically is it's a lot of work, especially if we're scrubbing a lot. But when it comes to code, there's just something so relaxing about looking through old code, cleaning things up, deleting things that aren't there. It's like a virtual cleaning. Have any of you like what was it? Power wash simulator? Games like that. I would never want to physically power wash. I think that would be a lot of work. It's like, I imagine it's really heavy because of a lot of water, but playing that game is really relaxing because you're cleaning something. There's another one, I think it's like House Flipper, another cleaning game where you go and clean a house, and it's relaxing because you get to see the progress of the game slowly cleaning itself, and those are fun, and that's the feeling I get when I do something like this. Bug solving though, it's not cleaning. Bug solving is like you're playing Ghostbusters and trying to find the ghost and vacuum it up. Let me get some more water. And if you only could delete stuff IRL like you could in the game, it'd be such easy doings. And also like backwash from the power washer would be crazy. What do you mean by backwash? I've never heard of that one before. Let me go ahead and dismiss that guy and get some water. Tasty. And a none flavor, a lot of my classes and things are based off of D&D, and it's not cleric, but it is healer. So your healer wizards I call the medimancers. And they have the sweet flavor since they're supposed to be sweet though. I like the stereotype, or I like the breaking of the stereotype where the healer is really mean or really serious because it's like a thing of they're not really shy and sweet because it's a, oh no, don't go that way. It's a thing of, you listen to me, I heal you. If you die out there, I'm not reviving you. or they're the type, my favorites are where it's like, I'll kill you and then bring you back to life. Those are the best types of healers. Oh boy. And let's see, every healer in Final Fantasy, XIV. IV is 4? 14? I think that's the number. And water hits surface really hard, then reflects either back on you or somewhere you have already cleaned. Oh, 14! Ah, I get it right! Lovely! I've been learning music, so knowing Roman numerals has been very important. And welcome back from the ads, by the way. If I scroll back up here, Frost, you were asking about, let's see, the default mapping onto Medi. Yeah, the default was Necromancer, but right now, it's being instantiated, so all these guys are being set in the manager. So it's just order of operation. That's why. Because we didn't set it, and let's see, create profile, said, spawn customer. Because this is setting everything, and I already have a default setting, it was already doing different things. Now it's the case of, if I go back here, for example, and move you here, it actually might break because I don't think I have what is it, sprites for memory. But if I do this now, it should show memory because now the default is the tutorimancer. So if I go back into here, do you here, and do spawn, and we do spawn customer, or spawn and see customers, like 12, it should say memory, but it could also crash. Yeah, bitter memory, see? And now it's a thing of customers shouldn't have memory. That doesn't make any sense. Customers don't know the idea of a flavor that is memory. So hopefully that'll help in the future now. Something like that, where if I'm getting values I'm not sure of, but also still not breaking things. So now that we've done that, let's do one more check. So what I wanted to do was go into our no entities, or E-N-T-I-T-Y, entity, no entities. There we are. And from there, right, go ahead and slide over. And then we're gonna go ahead and add our necromancers back. So all I have to do is just drag in my necromancer profile. And I've tried my best to make the levels as flexible as possible, since I could imagine, and I don't forget the game, I think it was Lemon Cake, but at nighttime, it's all ghost. And I like the idea of maybe having different levels where it's only one type of necromancer or one type of wizard class. I can also, from here, from my levels, only allow certain types of foods, certain types of flavors. So it allows me to play around a little bit with customized settings. And I can also choose, and this is what I was talking about earlier, you can kind of see if I slide over a little bit, customer spawn chance and customer spawn timer. I can even change the time of day. So I can change the level length. I can set it to 5 minutes or 20. There's sheets and tutorials, and then there's also debug menu. And I can also set the level description. So because this is a resource, I can make as many levels as I want and customize them to my heart's content. So I'm very happy with the system I was able to create this. Once I learned about resources, there was no going back. So let's see. Let's go down here and add our necromancer. Like that. Oh, yeah, hold on. Load. Customer, cafe, entities, customer, profiles, necromancer. There you go. Open. Lovely. Necromancer has been added. And then we save here. We'll do one more test and then save and see where we're at. And right, I'm back. Welcome back. Let's see. So, spawn, and now it should be necromancers and medimancers. So 12. Okay. Now is the final test, unless it comes up again and we just didn't catch it in our what would you call it? Batch testing? I don't think so. Bulk testing? There's a word for it when you test in large amounts to catch things, but I don't remember the word for it. So let's see. This should be sweet and bitter. Sweet, bitter, okay? Sweet, bitter, bitter, sweet. Yep, you're so far so good. Good, okay. And let's see. You are, oh, hold on, excuse me. This can be part of me. Sweet, bitter, good. Mix, sweet, good. It's working. Lovely. So now, if a necromancer walks through the door, a customer or a player can now know, okay, and let me go ahead and reset this. Restart it. So now when a customer walks through the door, if it's a necromancer, while they're reading, so if I go ahead and do spawn, oh, hold on. Spawn, and I think a necromancer is 0. Medimancer. That's fine too. Let's see, spawn, you here, you here. So if I have a necromancer, right, they're walking through the door. Now what players can do is, as they're waiting, as they're reading, because necromancers take a long time to read, you know they're gonna want something bitter, so you can go ahead and hop by, grab bitter, they're still reading, and now I know guaranteed bitter something, and they're still reading, and now they're ready. So then you can grab a necromancer and say, oh, it's gonna be bittersweet. Then you can go back up here and add that sweet flavor. So hopefully this should help make things a little bit more accurate to the idea, and also help people prep, as right now this is the mini table where you can add things here. It's not very obvious, but the idea is that eventually you can create systems of your own, because one thing I really enjoyed when I was playing cafe games is where you could have offset tables and put dishes on there, so you could prep stuff for the day without them spoiling or things of that nature. That's always pretty fun. Let me go ahead and close you. And now that our customer manager is getting cleaned up and we fixed the bug, let me go ahead and save what we have so we don't lose it. You here, yep, here. And then I can go ahead and do customer manager partial PRTCL. There we go. Lovely. And commit. And we're committing to the bit. And sync. Good. Lovely. With all of that said, right? Let me get some water. Delicious, I say. It's always nice and tasty. I don't think I missed anything. Let me double check. Yep. Okay, good. Saying all that, let's continue in our customer manager, right? So, customer manager here. we make the customer, and then we set customer preferences. I think, well, it says if first customer, and half of data level. I think this could use a comment. Make customer, set customer, C-U-S-T-O, set customer values. And I think that makes sense. And, oop, I gotta go again. No worries, Frost. Our turn for presentation is coming up. Have a great rest of your stream, Maris. Thanks for coming, Frost. Thanks for chatting, and I hope you have a fun time in your presentation. Let's see. Select customer values. Yep. And then update information. So, here. What we want to do is something else, I think, here. I don't like the update information, so I had an idea, but it would take some extra programming. Well, Zero, I'm all for ideas. Now, what idea is a bad idea? It's just whether I am capable of implementing it or not. That's the difference. So let's see. Wait spot, assign entity, and then new customer.target, wait spot. So here we're assigning the spots. The idea is that, and let me see if I can explain a little better, as it's a funny system, and I had some bugs before because of my system, and there's always a thing of you could always redo the system. The idea is that you have, and oh, where did my customers go? There you are. Okay, so you have a wait spot, so a seat. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this as a seat. This is clearly a seat. You can't tell me otherwise. This is clearly a stool. So you have a target, or not a target, but more so you have, and we'll copy you. Just we'll move you over here. Make things a little bit easier to explain. You and you. And our customers have targets, and our seats have host. Let me double check on the name here. Let's see. Target. Yep. Okay. And you are entity. Good. Okay. So let's go back to you here. So you have an entity. So let me go ahead and move this bit flag. I'm certainly going to look into that. That'll make things a lot easier. So you have an entity. E-N-T-I-T-Y. And you have a target. T-A-R-G-E-T. Target. And the idea is that we're setting these values, but if they're ever broken, it crashes the game. And I decided to look at what it would take to crash the game if you tried to read a field, if you didn't set beforehand in Godot and posted the stream in discussions, and R. let me check that. I'm super curious. Let's see. Gotta be doing this now. Let's see. Funny field. You forgot to assign the field before reading. Radical script. I remember hearing about assert and get, I think. And those are still new things to me, but they seem so nifty. Let's see. Move you back here. And then from there, you assign each. So the seat gets to know about the character, the customer, and the customer gets to know about the seat. And then depending on, well, when we check seats and when they're assigned, we look at a list, and there's two lists. There's lists that are occupied and non-occupied, and looks so cool. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you. And I believe I've seen that name before. Welcome back. And if not, welcome for the first time. Hello. We have a customer here, and the entity knows it has a target. And this is not an entity. This is a target. You are target, and they have an entity, but this is a target. So they kind of link up together. And then when the customer gets deleted, or when the customer changes targets. So if we go back into the game here, let's see, programming here, and asserts just means that if the condition is false, crash the game. I have this, but this isn't this isn't an assert. So that might be handy for me to go more into the louder failures. We go back to here. When a customer is spawned, we have them spawn here. Customer spawns at a wait spot. This is a target spot. Once they're spawned here, we then, when we seat them, have them look through the list of empty seats in the room. From there, it clears the target, so it clears the current entity, and the entity is assigned to another target, and the target is assigned to the entity. There's a lot of crossing wires, which I don't like, but I don't know, off the top of my mind at least, I don't know of a better solution at the moment, because the idea is that, or the bug I was having is that if a customer comes into an area, the entity spot needs to know if this is my customer. So instead it says, okay, are you my target and am I your target? That's the check it's doing now. So that's the system I have in place at the moment. Again though, not sure how well it is. And let's see, you can get an assistant and can give them a specific type per day. And if any customer comes in and asks for something that starts with a type, they can complete the order in half the time. They can be preemptively cooking for a specific customer type. Ooh, fancy. I would love to do power-ups and things of that nature, but again, might be too big. I want to keep this small. So I think in the meantime, right? I think, tricky. Because ghosts are a great idea, but ghosts are an entirely different system. The way they work and things of that nature, the whole game itself, as the game goes on, it gets harder, you get more areas, you get more things. So it's a thing of how big. I really do like that idea, Zero, so don't mind if I copy it and paste it with your name on it. Thank you, As that's a really neat idea. Super neat. I already know if I have the ability to, if I have the ability to, I would love skeleton butlers. That would automatically seat the customers. I think that would be fun. I think it'd be a great feature. And whether it can do it or not is another thing, but to have them walk around, grab the seats and see them walking around as they're taking hors d'oeuvres, I think it would be a lot of fun. And kind of like when a cook makes nuggets in McDonald's. Interesting. And they can preemptively be preemptively cooking for a specific customer. Interesting. I do like those ideas. Let's see. Save here. Now that we have that in play, let's continue looking at our customer manager. So first we do, let's see, make sure, spawn customer. So we update the information, that's what this is doing. And then we're also updating the customer. So we're showing the patience bar of the customer. The customer is saying, okay, I can't wait forever. That's the patience bar that shows up to show that their wait time is being lowered. And then we do a print here to say, hey, we did do the thing. We play the sound and actually assign targets. Assign targets for both customer. Oh, assign target and customer. There we go. Assign target and customer. And then we'll grab you here. And then we'll go ahead and set customer to idle on wait spot. Idle customer target admit. Yeah. This can be modified a little bit. And what's the little dot next to her? Hold on. Little dot? What do you mean by little dot? Are you talking about it? I'm getting lost. This little dot here? This little guy right here? Do you mean 0? And I can elaborate if it is the case. Let's see. Go back to here. So, assign target and customer. That's what this is doing. And then set customer to idle wait spot. So, let's also do this here. We're assigning the customers and things of that nature here. Oh, I deleted something. Yeah. And this is the wait spot. The idea is that whenever a customer spawns, they'll be spawned in this position. So, if I ever want to modify where the customer spawns, I can just do that. And then from there, if I play the game, now the customer will spawn in the center of the room. That's what that's there for. So if I move you here, move you here, and then move you here, and yep. And good night. Rest well, Rudy. Rest well indeed. Here, spawn customer. They should spawn in the center of the room because that is the spawn position. And that's also what this red guy is. So let me undo this here. So if I want them to leave the cafe here, I can move it here. If I want them to have a seat here, I can move the seat. That's the idea behind all of those guys, and that is locked. That's why I couldn't move it. So saying that, right? Let's go back to you here. So set customer to idle on wait spot. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do you here. So assign targeting customer. That's what this is doing. And then new customer show patience bar. So spawn customer. We're showing the patience bar, and we're also setting the customer spawn sound playlist. Yep, that makes sense. We can go ahead and remove all of you guys. And customer spawns in the kitchen. Who's more frightened? You or the customer? You gotta wonder, maybe they're a teleportation wizard or something. They spawn in a random location. Let's see. And then from here, we do spawn customer, and you guys here. Okay, so we'll move you here, and then it says spawn a customer. This is just debug stuff with an order of you. So this is just a full-on print debug message thing here, which could be modified because it is a little bit confusing. But this is just a notification to show the customer type. So, you know what? Let's do it. Just do a funk, and then we'll do funk print. I don't think it's too harmful. It is a little funny to look at, but all of this is just a long print message for the This is just a long message that turns out to be something like this in the code, which makes it easier for me to know what the customer is and what their order is. Makes it a lot nicer. So I think overall, spawn customers, good to go. We should be fine and dandy. So go ahead and save you. And let us continue. So find random seat for customer to go to. Function seat customer. And if wait spot current entity is null, error wait spot is empty. So we can go back up to here, something like this. We'll return if wait spot is there. So what we can do is, if we'll return if wait spot is currently empty. So was that needed? Technically, because this guy here, I feel like this guy, I mean, you know what? I think this is self-explanatory. I think we're okay there. And then this guy here too, pretty self-explanatory because it's right there. It's the same distance as doing a comment. Let's see, var customer to seat. So we grab the customer and we set the customer depending on the current entity. And then from there, we try to assign a new target. So we take our target manager and then we assign a random target. So we grab the customer and this will be customer to seat. Yeah, let's rephrase you to be, oh, hold on, not customer to seat. We'll just do customer. Makes it a little bit easier. Customer, and then you are customer, customer, customer. Make it easier on ourselves to read. Customer, 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 customer. All the customers. And then from there, let's see. So var customer is customer wait spot.current entity. The reason I'm setting this instead of using this like here is because I think it's a little bit easier to read as the customer of choice. So target manager, assign random target, customer. So this target manager is the manager of all of our seats. So if customer target equals the wait spot, unable to see customer, all seats are full. Okie dokie. So I'm guessing this function, what it does is it tries to find a seat. And if it can't find a seat, it doesn't set a seat. And since the seat is already set as the current seat or the wait spot seat, so the idea is here, right? We start here. This is our current seat. What the target manager does is it checks all of these seats. If they're all full, we're still on the wait spot. But if they're not all full, we change it to one of these seats here. So I do think this is explanatory. We'll go into that code later. But for right now, that function does what it needs to do. And back when I was working at a hobby shop, if business was really slow, one of my fellow workers would say, hold on, I'll do the dance of customer summoning. Reminds me of a rain dance. Let's see. And what if on those if conditions that return, you put the print and the return on the same line, so return utility? I feel like that would make it easier to understand immediately, that it's a hard stop. Could you elaborate a little bit, Paula? I'm very curious. Do you mean here? Yeah. I know it depends on the person, but putting things on the same line, it depends. I do like doing it, or I like doing it this way because it's readable. Then again, right? This is not readable. So certainly is a preference thing. I'm very curious what you're suggesting. And they would go outside and do a really goofy dance. Sure enough, someone would appear. They were there for the dance. Let's see. So our target manager assigns a random customer, and then if customer is unable to be seated, all seats are full. This makes sense, and we return. So now that we know we have this empty seat, and that we have wait spot is not empty, yeah, if wait spot's currently empty, wait spot is empty. So I think here instead, what we can say is error, no customer to seat. There we go. And then we'll do no customer, error, no customer to seat. That makes sense. So that I feel like is what we're looking for. Is there a customer to seat? Yes. And are the seats full? Yes or no, depending on the thing. And then from there, we unassign the wait spot. And then we do customer target is, customer entity target is. So these guys are strings that we use later for debugging. So I think these are fine. Customer target, string, target entity. So let's see, I will say, where are we using you at? And you are getting used there. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is again, just more, this is code that doesn't have to be there. This is code just for me to know and read. So I think this is fine. This is debug code. And if I ever don't want the debug code, what I've done is I've made it its own function, so I can always disable it if I don't want this guy here. And I read everything. Good. Okay, let me get some water. We're down to our second water bottle. So once target is assigned, move customer to it. So what we do here is we update the customer status to walking, and then we move customer to target. Yeah, that makes sense. Move the customer to their target now that we have set the target, and then we hide the patient's bar, and then we assign the customer to the status tab. So we assign customer admit, and then press debug. Yeah, that makes sense. The thing is, the customer is really getting tossed around. For example, my book, if I go back to here, I should be able to show you. The book is filled with these customer profiles, and these guys link up to a customer to show the customer's current progress. And I go outside and start dancing. Cue Call of Duty Zombies, I think. I was never really into those type of games. That was my first ever, like, I guess mainstream one was League. Bringing it all back to League. Let's see. I mean, Overwatch too. Overwatch is really fun. Let's see. You back into here. So this guy here, it gets a customer status, dishes, things of that nature. So that makes sense that it would be assigned as well here. And then that is our seat customer. Finds random seat for customer to go to. Let's see. Delete customer. Okie dokie. So if cookbook level is currently tutorial, and this is ghost code, so we'll ignore it, and when league stream, I'm not gonna break my sobriety. Besides, I made it a strict rule that I'll only play pixel art games. That saved me a little bit in some games. Oh boy, I'd be so rusty though. You wouldn't want to see it at all. Let's see. If cookbook.current level is tutorial, then we do these things. So we're checking for tutorial. Otherwise, we spawn the customer. Call deferred, spawn customer. Now, you. Call deferred, I believe, is a fancy thing Godot does to make sure that the current thing you're trying to delete or use isn't doing funny things so that there's no errors, I think. And League of Legends, I mean, if you hate yourself. I always have fun doing it, but it's just, I could do other things, like, other things. Let's see. Call deferred, spawn customer. Yeah. Okay. So, and let's see. Hi, Cobalt. Welcome to stream. And hey, yo, and welcome in. And so, all we have to do is program a pixel art MOBA, make it one of the most popular games in the world, and then you can stream it easy. Well, it doesn't even have to be a very popular game. I don't always play the popular ones. It just has to be pixel art. That's the one requirement I have. Let's see. So, call deferred. Yeah. This says it calls the method object during the idle time. Yeah. So this guy here is a safe way to do the thing. And call deferred, what it's doing is using this function to spawn customer. Okay. Else spawn customer. So, what's going on here? I can't tell. I cannot tell. Okay. Force game over admit. So, if it's not yeah, why is it doing this? I question. Else call deferred spawn customer. Why would you be spawning the customer if you're deleting the customer? Huh? And let's see. Why not just do 1x1 pixel rendering would be the best rendering time? Just put a pixel thing on screen. It's gotta be hand-drawn pixel art. I gotta get the good stuff and put the resolution, yeah. Oh boy, let's see. Call deferred customer current status. Yeah. I don't know why this is here. I don't think this needs to be here. I think this might be old code. And let's see. If I do this here, move you here, and then there. So if cookbook current level is tutorial, yeah. I don't think we need these guys because why are we spawning customer? Spawning the customer doesn't make sense. And can you define deferred for me? Sure. If we go back to this guy, call deferred is supposed to be, okay, imagine you're deleting an object, right? But the object is still in use, or it's still doing an animation. If you try to delete the object while it's currently running an animation, the game or the engine says, what? So what call deferred does is it waits for it to finish the animation and then does whatever you need it to do. In my case, I'm deleting the customer. So really, technically, the customer key free should be, or disconnect customer panel. Yeah, call deferred should probably be on this guy here, is the idea. Yeah. And this guy here, it just ends the game if it's the first customer. And, oh, I know what it does, but what's it deferred? What's deferred? Oh, deferred. Ooh, that's a good one. Deferred, I've heard the word before, but I cannot describe it. So, deferred definition. Let's see. And time to make a League pixel mod. The mods are always the silliest. And hi, uncreative nonsense. Welcome to stream. And deferred means to do something later. Ooh, there we are. Put off. Yeah. Put off an action or event to a later time. Postpone. And yeah, deferred means to do something later. So we're gonna call this later. That makes a lot of sense. Makes Thanks for asking, Serialized. Yeah, you can't, you don't want to use any words you don't know what they mean. So saying that, spawn customer. I'm wondering, right? Call deferred, and we do this guy here. This would be what you would use it for. Something like that. Where you queue free it, blah, queue free it when it needs to be queue freed. And can I just say, your voice is super hype. Good, good. I hope it gets you hype and in the mood to do some things and stuff. And whenever it's hype when I'm excited for things. And there's nothing I can get more excited about than programming. And oh, hi, and welcome in. And thank you again for the definition. And I did read those things. Good. Okay. So if our cookbook level is tutorial, and I think it's fine to do an and here. And like that. And I say and that way we do this here. And since, well, we really don't need this code, so because that will actually, if we uncomment that will break the game. And I know very little people who are so hyped about refactoring. Weirdly enough, I'm the same. I always think refactoring is very relaxing. Can't say the same for bug fixing, but there's just something about going through code and cleaning it that's just so relaxing. And it would be customer.call deferred, I think. Ooh, well, let's see. Call deferred. I thought the string was the method, but I can certainly see it being queue free and then customer dot. That would make sense. I think customer dot call deferred queue free. We're freeing the customer, right? We're deleting the customer off of it. You know what? There's no better way than to just test it. So let's give it a good old try. And it's like count. It's hard to understand what it does until you hear someone say see out to see output. I do remember the count ones. Those were always very fun. Let's see. So spawn a customer. We're going to spawn this customer. I believe 1 is the Medimancer, so we'll just do 1, 1, 1. Necromancer. You're such a slow reader. We'll make sure you're Necromancer with the order of sweet, sweet cake. Yep. And then from there, we can just go ahead and spawn an object. Spawn. And it should be sweet, sweet. So if I do dish 1, 1, 1, sweet, sweet. Oh, hold on. You're not supposed to be spawn dish. Spawn dish 1, 1. There you go. Sweet, sweet cake. There it is. Let's go ahead and grab it. And let's see if the game crashes if the customer leaves. Here you go. Enjoy. And as far as I know, it only accepts fields on the object it's called on, not a path. Huh. Yeah, and that one is one I haven't used very often. And for sure, programming is really difficult when you encounter obscure English words. The words exist, but they feel so old, and things of like, it's like you're looking at a relic or something. But that's really neat too. It's a thing of, I understand now. I'm part of the Cool Kids Club. Cool Kids Club. All right, customer, let's see if the game breaks. Alrighty, and okay. This debugger is not the one we're looking at. I just typed in things wrong. Spawn in a new customer. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Now, right, let's try the thing I was going to do and see if it is actually the case. Because I'm really curious. So, what if we were to do that instead? I do think you're right, Pella, but I'm really curious to see. As I think this is going to crash it. So, spawn, and I believe it's going to be 0, 1. Oh, spawn and see customers. No, we just want to spawn a customer. So spawn, customer, and you're going to be, I believe, 0, 1, 1. Like that. You get spawned. Then we're going to spawn the object, spawn dish, and you're also going to be 1, 1, because we're sweet, sweet cake. And I think the C in count stands for character out. Huh. I can see C out. The C could stand for a lot of things, and as far as I know, oh, I did hear that. Good. Alrighty. So grab the customer. You want a sweet, sweet cake. There you go. Eat it, and it might be your last meal. We'll see. Alrighty. Yeah. Oh, you're a long eater. Yeah, that's not the case. Shouldn't be the case. Hold on. Medimancer, why are you taking forever to eat? Eating speed moderates? Yeah, we're gonna have to change that to fast. You're gonna need to speed things up. Alrighty, let's see. You're right, Paula. I crashed my code for pleasure. I do it for science. As programming's just a big playground to play with, and if I'm gonna learn, might as well see how far I can push things. It's an open environment to try things and experiment as. The only thing I'm missing out on is maybe time, but I wouldn't call it lost time even. So delete customer. If the cookbook level is tutorial and the customer current status X is satisfied, we end the game. Otherwise, we disconnect the panel. So the panel is the book guy here, so the progress tab. So we disconnect the current tab that it's looking at, and then what we do is delete the customer. Makes sense. From there, we have on customer spawn or time out. So once a timer times out, we attempt to spawn a customer. And what does attempt to spawn customer mean? Let's see. If insta spawn, bool equal false. Okay, that makes sense. If we do insta spawn, so I think that's a little bit better. So spawn, if do insta spawn, instant spawn, and then we'll just move it here. So if we do instant spawn, don't do anything. This overrides it. So if I happen to do anything about this here, or if this would be something I would have to manually type in like the console. So if something crashes here, it's because I did something. Otherwise, it doesn't as it usually does. And I just remembered not to take it too far, or else you become me, and the only thing you do is refactor endlessly. Yeah, that's the thing. I have to, oh wait, Godot allows to call functions from string names? Oh, I didn't read that. I know I at least do it when it comes to things like, here. And this isn't a string name, but it feels illegal. This is a function, but it doesn't have the function brackets. So depending on the thing, I'm still learning a lot. Call deferred was something I learned about a while ago, but then I forgot. Then I learned again, and then I forgot. But it is really neat, I do agree. And character is a variable in C++. Count shows every kind of variable. If it was for character, that might be a little bit more confusing. I know I was so disappointed coming from C++ to GDScript that there wasn't a char. There was not. And what's this? That's not a char. It's a char variable, isn't it? Returns a single character as a string. Yeah, this, you do the number here. I missed char. That's one thing I can say. I got so used to just doing a singular character. That feels weird having to do a string and then a singular character. So let's see. Call deferred, attempt spawn, and if cafe level data equals customer spawn chance, or cafe day is over. So this makes sense. If we're not supposed to spawn any customers, don't spawn customers. Or if the game is over, don't spawn any customers. That makes sense. And then wait spot must be empty. So if current wait spot is not equal to empty, then failed to spawn customer, wait spot is full. Failed last spawn equals true. Otherwise, if we did fail our last spawn, set it to false and spawn the customer. So what this is doing, and I mean I already am, hold on, just remember not, oh, I see. Yeah, refactoring can, you can take it far, and I have in the past. And every Gundam fan misses Char. Let's see. The idea here is that, go back into concepts so I can explain this a little bit. Oh, 7. Let me scroll down here, and actually, we're here. Okay. So the way my game works is you have a percent. I can set the percent to be, for example, 5%. And then what the game will do is we have a spawn chance. So for example, it'll try spawning, try spawn, S-P-A-W-N, try spawn every E-V-E-R-Y, every blank seconds, S-E-C-O-N-D-S. And the idea is that we have a timer, it takes whatever time I give it, and once it tries to spawn, so it tries to spawn it, and out of 100%, if it does not spawn with that 5%, then we failed the spawn. So failed, F-A, that's not an A, but I can make it an A, A-I-L-E-D, failed. And if it failed, then the next time it tries to spawn it, it doesn't take in this percent, it just spawns it. That's the way the current system works. That way, you're guaranteed at least to get some customer spawning. It doesn't always do 5%. If it failed last time, the next time it tries, the fail it'll count the fail, and it'll succeed. And there should be a 1 in 1, well, it's not 1 million, 1 billion chance for the player to forget a name. No worries, to have a heart attack to add some realism. Well, the thing is, my main character is afraid of ghosts, so whenever Ghost appears, she has a heart attack. I've already got that covered. We're A-okay to go on that side of things. And at work, I'm that team that throws in a massive tooling and architecture already. Architecture sounds so fun. Adding different tools and things of that nature. I'd like a job like that. I feel like maybe if I got it, I would then regret it. But for the moment, it sounds like fun. So let's see. So if we failed our last spawn, and then we go ahead and spawn customer due to last spawn attempt. Makes sense? we set it to false, and then we spawn the customer. Otherwise, so we can also do this here. If failed respawn, return, R-E-T-U-R-N. There you go. That way we're not doing too many indents. So if we failed our last spawn, then we can go ahead and spawn the customer. Otherwise, we try and spawn with chance. And it's mostly just yelling at people to use smart pointers. Oh boy, don't remind me of pointers. That's one thing I don't miss about C++, pointers. I'm glad to be very far away from them. Pointers and pointers and pointers, the asterisks and the asterisk and the global pointers. Let's see. So we have a chance, and this is a utility random generator. So this is the chance. And then from there, ooh, I wonder where this came from. I don't remember seeing these guys here, but we don't need that. What we can say is this here. So if our chance is less than or equal to whatever we have the chance as. So remember how I was talking about the 5%? So if our chance is 10 and we have less than 5 or equal to, so depending on the chance, and pointers are not that bad, trust. Oh, they're not that bad. I just don't like them. I know there's some pointer lovers out there, but me and pointers, we just don't get along. So let's see. If the chance otherwise. So if chance, you guys here, if chance is less than, then we spawn because we won chance. Or otherwise, we failed to spawn customer, didn't hit chance. That's these guys here. And this is old code. You can see for certain. And I mean, I can spend a week like that. Architecture sounds like fun until you're 5 hours and trying to different data structures until you're happy. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. That does sound like fun. I love looking at architecture and how to word things. So let's see. This is old code. What this should now say is it would do utility dot, and I have a new function for it. So print debug message. Then we would have the message here. So spawn because this would be here, and then I would do here, and then comma, and then we would do utility dot debug color. Did I spell utility right? Hold on. U-T-I-L-I-Q-I. Utility dot, and then debug color, and this should be pass. So this is the old code. This is the new code. I did this so I wouldn't have to do setter and color each time, and pointers aren't bad. You're bad at using pointers. I did enough memory allocation to have flashbacks when it comes to those. And true, and to save myself from myself, I use smart pointers. Smart pointers. Oh boy. And hello. Oh, hold on. Ari. No, Aru. Was it Aru? Aru. Bako. That's my guess. It's been a second since I've seen some Japanese. I feel like I got a little bit there. That's definitely an A. That looks like either a Ray or a Ru. I'm gonna go with Ru, and then that looks like a Ho, or maybe a Ha. Pa. Ha. 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 Well, hello, Iris. I hope you're having a great day. Hello, and welcome in. Please tell me how close I got, as I'm learning. And I did that. Lovely. Let's see. Spawn because one chance. So now this is going to be fail. And then I'm just going to do fail to spawn customer, didn't hit chance. So this is just more debugging for me. Lets me know. And the failed last spawn becomes true. And then we do return. We don't need return though, because it's just not a thing anymore. So we can do this here, and then this here. Like that. Yes. And then that. Now why are you angry? Oh, debug color error. Error. There you go. And did I miss something? You should add full souffle difficulty. If you miss even one note, you fail and have to start over. That just sounds like you're asking for pain, Zero. Let's see. So this is a spawn customer. I think this makes sense. We do different spawn points, and then on first customer timeout, spawner timeout, attempt spawn equal true. So this here is to make sure it's guaranteed that if the customer, because the customer needs to appear in the game very quickly as soon as you start it. And Voiv, is that how you say it? Welcome in. Welcome back. And masochist mode, yeah, that'd be so awesome. A really hard mode. But what we need to focus on, and once someone's able to get a perfect on the game's current song, you can come back and chat with me, Zero. No one's managed to get a perfect. So I'm gonna need to see some people that can do it before I even think about adding a mode like that to begin with. As right now, apparently the current song is hard. Not apparently, I can't even do it. So yes, it is hard. Make the Dark Souls of making games. So let's see. On first customer spawn timeout, attempt spawn true. And then we do instant spawn customer, which makes sense. Yep, good. And our first customer, if you remember, it's going to be between 3 and 7 seconds each time the game starts. So there's a little bit of variety. It's either going to be 3 seconds long or 7 seconds, which I think is good. I think this works out just fine. So I think that's our customer manager done, which is good news to hear. So let's see, debugger, why are you angry? I think it was something else. Calling deferred customer manager. Oh yeah, you were angry because I tried other things. I explored my options. So I think we're good to go here. I think custom manager is cleared and clean. Lovely. Okay, saying that then, right? Let me go ahead and make sure I save it on the get. And let's do customer manager done. Customer manager done. Done. Lovely. Okay, commit and push. Okie dokie. So we have about 15-ish minutes left. Definitely don't think we can do another whole bio completion, but we can go through things. And then, just for because I do see a lot of new names here, I'll show you the difficulty of the game. That way you can know. I'll be very impressed when someone can get a perfect. But let's go back here to concept really quickly. And seeing these guys, right? We have audio, cafe, ghost. All of these guys are good to go. We finished icons. Now as managers, let me go ahead and grab managers here. Close you here. Cafe, manager. So there's a few guys here. And again, we can skip ghost because ghost will come when we redo ghost. So let's go back to here. Movie here. Got a few screens to move around. About. And then you. Okay. So custom manager, done. Ghost manager, don't need to do. And item manager, let's take a look at item manager. I think that would be the easiest to clean up. And hi, can I have some waffles? Boss Health Bar appears from the title, Waffle Man of the Forbidden Dinner. Well, can you imagine a boss bar for like someone, for a dish? That sounds like a lot of fun. So let's see. Let me go ahead and click on play. And I'll show you currently the current difficulty of the game. If I go ahead and click on here, we can go ahead and set Godot to you. Godot, like that there. And let me also do this as well. Exclamation NECROTYPE. There you go. So if you also want to give it a try, I'm gonna need some receipts. Let me also make sure this is also here for YouTube as well. Alrighty, so let me show you, to those that maybe haven't come here for the first time, how the game works. Now that we've gotten some cleaning done. So let me go ahead and set the audio to audible. If we go back here, and I also need to do there we go. Let me go ahead and mute mute you there. And is the game audible? It is not. Now it should be audible. Lovely. And first, we also need to do calibration. So let's do some calibration. And Hoyako? Is that how you say it? And welcome to the stream. And do I use Godot? Yeah. And what's up? welcome in. And indeed, Godot is my poison of choice. As it's my first engine, but I really do like the look of it. So I've been enjoying it a lot. So let me go ahead. Look at that guy there. Let's go ahead and calibrate. Face. Nini of the panini. Face. There we are. Calibration done. And then from there, go into tutorial, levels, tutorial. So you character, this is the main character I was talking about, is the necromancer. And then from there, customers spawn in. So this customer is going to come through. They're going to find a nice place to sit down up, think about what they want to eat. They'll take a spot, sit down, read a little bit, and then we'll have to take their order. First engine? Yeah, first engine. Before Godot, I was doing Visual Studio, but I went to college to learn game development, but I was put into Visual Studio, and I got very frustrated in the fact that I couldn't use an engine. So I ended up dropping out to make games on engines, and now we're here. This is I took my final project that I made in Visual Studio and turned into this Godot game. And I did that. Lovely. So take the customer's order, and if we hold down space, this is the book. And they got a few icons they want. So let's have the customer, let's follow the skull thing to the second room. And yeah, it's something up. Sometimes it's just not for everyone, which is okay. And the thing is, because I want to be an indie dev, I don't want to go into something like Riot or Blizzard or some other company. This works just well for me. And I like Visual Studio as my first engine as well. The thing is, it doesn't count as an engine. It's its own thing. So we have sweet bitter because it's pink and purple. So sweet, we can go ahead and do bitter. And then we need a cake icon. So product, cake. And now, let's start. Let me hold this guy down. Shotgun of the internal cinnamon roll. I'm gonna have a lot of fun coming up with names. And I'm the equivalent of learning to swim by jumping into the ocean. Yeah, I need a little bit of trial by fire. And saying my school teacher's random stuff instead of deep dive into development made me so frustrated. Well, I don't think it's random. I just think it's the way to decide to teach things. It's the idea of, before you can use an engine, you gotta know what an engine is. You gotta know what goes into an engine. You gotta learn to appreciate the engine before you can even touch it. Things like that. So here, you can see the character, once it reaches here, I have to type. For here, this is how long the spell will last. And then here is the fail meter. So if this fills up, game over. And I recommend learning C++ if you're trying to get into the industry. Yeah, that's what I learned. C++ and Visual Studio. And then from Visual Studio and C++, I went into Godot where I learned GDScript. And let me get close. All right, are you ready? Let's see. W-I-T H space T H R E A D S space O F space T W I L I G H T space A N D space G O A T S K I N U got the I-O the E-N-T space. Yep. I really am going to have to change that font. S-O-C-K-S, comma. I also don't ever use the comma and space. But that's the spell. And I do read that something. Love your vibes. Well, thank you, and welcome on in. So we have our cake here. Let's go ahead and serve it to the customer. Customer's going to eat their food in a delicious manner. And my school taught me a broad curriculum and didn't get one to death. I hated it too, but I'm honestly appreciating it now. Yeah, it's that thing of, I didn't like it, but I'm glad I did go through it. I have that experience under my belt now. Customer's done eating, so we'll go ahead and let them do their thing. And at a large cost. I see. Ah, true. Luckily I survived C++ barely, and my brain grew a lot, but at a cost. I see. And OpenGL, I've heard of that one before. Not too much. Saying that, we only have about 10 minutes left. I'll take a look at the item, but the item's too big. We'll see. We'll see. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. Click on play here. And the gameplay is really cool. Thank you. First time saying it. I think I liked it, but if not, the hope is that this prototype, well, people can play, people can find bugs. So if you'd like to give it a try yourself, it's there for you to attempt. But I'm glad you like it. The hope is that this is the MVP, so minimum viable product. And once we end up cleaning all this code, so you can see here, we have lots to do, lots to clean. But my hope is that once we finish cleaning everything, we can add more mechanics and things of that nature. Keep cooking. Thank you. And then again, teaching MVC2. I don't even know those words. And you feel like school that they just introduced you to more stuff you know. Oh, I did read that. Good. Okay. Saying that though, let me check with the managers. I think item manager's pretty small. It is. Okay, we'll clean this one up then. It shouldn't be too bad. Because if not item manager, customers manager's pretty small too. Okay. Ghost manager, again. Don't have to worry about that guy. Let's fix up item manager then. Okay. So for our item manager, we have an icon responsible for spawning and deleting items. We have our dish scene and our item scene. Makes sense? We also need to know about our player and our spellcasting plate. Our spellcasting plate.
Aruba Zero just followed.
Is it Arubar Zero? Maybe. You can tell me how close I got. I can try again, but thank you for the follow and welcome on in to Refactoring. So let's see. Spellcasting plate. That is, I believe, cafe. Are you the spellcasting plate? That's the dish plate. Spellcasting body. Spellcasting desk location. Where is our spellcasting plate? Plate. Entities. Plate. It should be you, I believe. Hide. Show. Yeah, this is the guy here. This is the position it spawns at. I believe that's the dish plate. Yep, dish plate. Makes sense. Dish plate should also be like that. There you are, dish plate. Makes better for the feel. And keep cooking. Thank you. And I'm getting buried to miss my last. Did I again? Zero. My apologies. Hold on. No, I read that 1 0. I certainly did. I did. Oh, Shogun. Never mind. I read the first one before the correction. Shogun, not shotgun. But what? Yeah, Shogun, not shotgun. Got ya. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Call when the node. So creating dish makes sense. Deleting the item makes sense. Spawn dish at player position makes sense. Try spawning item for player makes sense. Plate gained item, plate lost item. All of these make sense. Let's see. Plate gained item, plate to check. If plate equals spellcasting plate, then we save the dishes on the spellcasting table and update the spell requirements. If the plate lost the item, Then we set this to false. Okay, plate, update plate. I think this can be merged into one. If we do underscore plate item updated, ooh, hold on. If plate equals spellcasting, never mind. That might not be a thing we can merge because we're taking in a variable here, plate to check. If it is equal to the plate gained item, yeah, that might not be something we can merge, but the only thing we're changing here is this and this. So on our plate gained item, let's see, modify or plate gained item, plate lost item. Utility dot, maybe something like plate updated. Plate updated can work. Update it, and then we can take a bool of something like let's see, lost has item, has no longer has item, something like that. Maybe lost gained item, has item, something like that. And then we can go ahead and do a bool equal to just a bool. And then from here, what I'll do is I'll copy this guy, move you to here, and do our plate gain, plate lost. Go ahead, make this a signal. So signal, signal, like that, has item, and then plate to check. We'll do here, you here, plate, that gain, plate to check, plate to update. That is the space, plate to update. And by the way, do you use any plugins? I do use a few. I try my best to keep as small or as minimal as possible. Currently, I have very few. We have Sprite Wizard, we have collapsible folders, that's that button there. We have PaintQ Console, Script IDE, and then Signal Visualizer and To-Do Manager. Those both I don't use. I wanted to use them, but I should use them more because I think they're handy. I really only have about 3 to 4, I think, if I had to place a number on it. The Signal Visualizer, I thought it'd be handy, but I really haven't used it. But I feel like it would be handy. Let me move that down there, and I did that. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so plate updated. And then from there, where are we using this guy at? Find. We use it here, commit or connect, and we do emit. Yep, and then we can do you here. So then, instead of that, we'll do utility, and then we'll do dot, and then we'll do self, and then we'll do true. And then for here, when the plate loses the item, so we'll do you here, and then we'll do you here, and interact, plate lost item, emit. Yep, we're going to do self, and then we're going to do false. And then something like that. And now, the hope is that we can go ahead and get rid of, oh, hold on. Why are you angry? Self, false. Oh, emit. There you go. And then emit. Emit. And hi, Travis. Welcome to stream. Hello, and welcome in. And that's incredible. For the plugin theming, could you elaborate just a little bit more? I think it's a compliment, but I can't quite tell. Let's see. Plate updated. So now if we go back into our utility, right? We can remove this guy here. Don't need him anymore. Then we go back to our item manager. Again, don't need him anymore. What we'll do is then do, let's see, plate updated. And then we'll do plate updated, you here, paste you. And then there, and we'll do a func. And then we'll call, let's see, plate to check. Oh, hold on. Plate updated. Du as underscore since we're staying in the function. Then we're going to go ahead and do copy you. And actually, we'll just grab the utility again. Plate to update, you here, copy you. And then in our item manager, we'll grab you here, do you as a void. And now we can merge these guys. Plate updated here. Oh, hold on, you here, you there, connect. You can grab you, connect there, you there, and then remove you, like that. There we go. And let's see, can I ask what language does Godot work with? No, it's not Python nor C++. Godot uses GDScript, which is like Python, and only using 3 plugins. Oh, I see. My goal when doing this was to do as few as possible because I really wanted to learn the engine. The only reason I ended up starting to use plugins is because it's been a year in development. So I feel like I've got the basics of Godot itself and wanted to explore the idea. That, and I don't know how long I could keep going without knowing about this plugin. Right? Everything expanded? Why isn't this in Godot naturally? It's nice because Godot has plugins and it's open source, so you can do this. But I wish it was a feature already. If I have all of these guys and I'm overwhelmed, like, oh man, so many things. This button, this is a plugin, collapsible folders. How nice is that? But you can't do it for, there's a plugin. I don't really like it though. But if you could do that up here too, imagine how much neater your code could be because then it wouldn't be so overwhelming. I would really like that. And seeing you enjoy your time as India makes you happy? Good. Good. I hope you can enjoy your time as well. And it feels like school. I did read that. Good. Lovely to hear. And it's a combo C# in its own script, GDScript. Yep. Comparable to Python, but not Python. It's its own thing, GDScript. So let's see. Now, right, we can combine these guys. So what we can do is then say, if spellcasting plate is you, we grab you, we do you here, and then we say, because this is true, so has item, you. There we go. So now, let's see. If plate to check, yep, plate to update. You there. So now these two are compiled into that. And that's a little bit cleaner. And ads are about to start. I don't think this guy's going to take too long to update, so we'll let the ads run. I'll go a little bit over time, as I really don't mind. If it's something small, then I am A-okay to do it, as I do have to do these updates and everything. I do need to refactor. It's year-old code, and if I want to make my game bigger, I am going to need to make sure it's clean. Otherwise, I'm going to run around with like my chicken, or like a chicken with its head cut off. So while we're waiting on ads, let me get some water. I hope you've all been enjoying your time here, though. The issue is, sometimes I can't get programming done during the week, so having the chance to program on stream keeps me accountable in the sense of, if I can't do it on the week, I at least know once a week I can work on programming. It's like with the Pixel, where sometimes I can't work on it during the week. I can't do my own studies on my off time. So at least once a week I work on my game, once a week I work on pixel art. And it's nice in the sense of, if I really need to get something done, I can schedule to work on it today and tomorrow. Get some stretch. Well, I'm saying no redeem. However, I shall stretch, as, yeah, I can go for a stretch. So let me get some water. Why is C++ so slow to compile? I wish I could tell you. I don't know too much about C++. Well, I did work on it for 2 years. I was still in the very beginning basics. Also that, and I forgot a lot. So I could not tell you in the slightest, but okay, stretching time, right? Let's go to the left. And then you go to the right. We gotta go back. And then also forward. That's a good stretch. And now, make sure you go to the right with your neck. You want to go to the left. Make sure you're going up. You want to go down. Make sure you're tilting to the side. Another tilt to the side. And then turn and down. And then, as it's freezing all over the place, make sure you're turning and down. There you go. Make sure we got a good stretch in us. Yeah. Stretching is super important. And by the way, can we have the no-fail mode for custom songs to play the map by itself? The sound messes with me? Ooh, is there a miss sound that happens? Can you elaborate a little bit, Pala? It wasn't too difficult to implement the no-fail. So if you tell me exactly what, well, I mean, you did tell me exactly, I'm just not understanding. Can you elaborate a little bit more? Thank you. I hope if you did stretch, I hope it was comfy. Let's see. Yeah, we have these guys just a little bit more. So we'll do you there. Go ahead and save. Right now, let's see. Testing mode. Testing. Spell testing screen. You here. Yeah. Oh, I can't say if you're looking for add-ons, the 3 I recommend, Ace-Sprite Wizard, not 3, 4. Ace-Sprite Wizard, Collapsed Folders, Penku Console, and Script IDA. These 4 are ones I really enjoy. For example, Ace-Sprite Wizards is how I'm managing all of my sprites and animations. So I've used that one a lot. Collapsible folders, I've explained that one. Penku Console, that's how I debug in my game. Initially, I had buttons on screen that I press. I come from Minecraft, so when I would use like /creative mode, things like that, that's the feeling I wanted for my game when I'm debugging. So Penku Console gives me that. And then Script IDE, that's why my Godot looks like this. It doesn't, it's a plugin. It rearranges Godot to look a little bit differently than it naturally does. And I like this layout a lot more. And why doesn't my script look as nice as that? What do you mean, Rodrigo? Well, right now it's gotta be cleaned up. This is a lot of old stuff. We're slowly breaking through it. For instance, if created spell equals null or disgrade. Oh, hold on. Small question, why do you not use parentheses for the if statements? You don't need parentheses in GDScript. For example, if we go back here. Now, it was weird to do, but I do know what you're talking about. For example, like this, it's not needed in GDScript. You don't need it. And I like that feeling. C++ it's needed. I think C++ you also have to do something like that if I remember, but it's not needed. It feels weird, especially because I think there's also cases where you have to do like a, something like this and you have to wrap it around. And I liked it in the moment, but now that I don't have to use them, or it would be something like that. Now that I don't have to use it, I don't miss it at all. It was weird to adjust to, but I enjoy it. And mandatory parentheses if statements are painful. And why does my script, oh, I did read that. And I get, okay, good. And we're good, lovely. Okay, and not really, your functions are a type of void, so returns are necessary, are unnecessary. Well, I use returns because it breaks the code, or at least in the case of, if I don't do return here, it keeps going in the code. So I use a case here to say, if this is true, then you don't need to do any of this code here. That's why I do return. I'm saying, don't do any of this code below me. Just stop right here. That's why I do that check. Otherwise, what the code would have to look like is something like this. Let's see. It would have to be like this. And then it would be this. So it really comes down to preference. For me, I don't like this as much. It feels a little weirder. Well, I used to do it, but for me, this versus this. I think this reads a little bit easier because I know for certain this didn't turn true, which means we do everything else. And hi, Crow. welcome to stream. Welcome in. And you also have equal, return false, and T++, and I hate it. I barely remember this. And nested if statements. Once I found out you didn't have to nest this much, I feel cool. And let's see, I only use them in this ambiguous order of variations. Is that how you say it? I think I do the same too. And the return is great for keeping the text from going off screen. Yeah, when you start doing ifs and the code gets this deep, there's a problem. So keeping it as the less indents I can do, the better. And welcome by the way, Ula. If I got it incorrectly, you can tell me how to say it again, and I can try, but welcome in. And operations, Kaya. And the return method is cleaner, especially when you have more than one. Yeah, I have for some areas, you can see just the ifs, and then if you have a lot of ifs, it helps because you know for certain these things don't apply. So let's go see. We have play updated, that now works. That's what we just did. We have try spawning. So if the player doesn't have an item, or if the player item not equal to null. Okay. Let's do you. I think that works. I know it works in C++, but I could never tell because if the player item is null, then this should be false, right? Because if player item not equal to null, yeah, I'm not sure about this guy here. I would expect this not to be the case. Try to spawn. Well, you know what? Let's test it. Let's go ahead and click on play here and give it a good old go. And I did that. Lovely. And we can go ahead and mute the music again as I enjoy it, but I can't listen to fancy music and also piano. So let's go ahead and click on levels here. I believe this is trying to spawn it when I have an item. So we have player has been given item. So player tried to activate menu using bookshelf, attempted to give player sweet item, player has been given sweet item. And now it should not give me another item. So player has tried activating menu, tried to spawn, sweet item failed. So yes, that does work. And let's see, I hate truthy/falsy values, another spawn. I'm glad I don't have to do not equals null. So I think there was also some code we did have as well, and not our ghost manager, in our customer manager. Let's see, order, no. Customer profile, no. Customer manager. There was also another one that was not equal to null. Yeah, if you, we can do this. There we are. Yeah, that way it's better. Better than the not equal. And oh wow, you're still streaming? Hi, Frost, and welcome back. Yeah, we're going a little overtime since I think we can squeeze one more refactoring in. And, I mean, as long as it's not just pointers, it's not that bad. Pointers, I tell you. I don't miss them. Let's see. So, create dish. If create dish, well, we're here. If player item, then that means the player has an item, and we can't spawn an item on the player. Otherwise, we create the item. We take the item type, we take the item name, and we take the icon index. Makes sense. And then we get child. This -1, I'm going to guess. Ooh, that -1's a little tricky. I understand it to an extent. Okay. The -1, I believe, isn't that the last item of the object, right? 0 is the first, -1 is the last item index. So, just to make things a little bit easier on me, that way in the future, should I get confused, what we'll do is do const last item index indx, and set it to int, set you to -1, just to be on the safe side, as I think it's explanatory, but also I had to double take, so I'm just gonna do this. That makes it a little bit better for me. And want to talk about oh, don't come here with those words. Stay back, you pointer lover. Let's see. Get child last item index. Yep. So what we're doing here is we're setting the position of the item to the player. That makes sense. And then from here, we have the player get the item. Also makes sense. Oh, where are we at? Where did I go? Okay. In that case, I think what would be better is to do var, and then we do last item. And then we can go ahead and do item, let's see, item equals, and then we can do create item type. So create item, okay. What I'm thinking is, right, create item, and then we set it to get child last item index. Something like that. And why are you angry? Oh, get child -1. There we go. And then here, right, instead, now what we can say is something that might be a little bit easier to read. Collect item, last item. Like that. You think that's a little bit better? And I did read that. Lovely. And well, what do you know? I'm a prophet. I might as well get child in the variable as well. Oh, I didn't see that until now. I'm glad we're thinking the same, Pala. As yeah, I think this is a little bit easier. Last item global position, player global position. Player collect last item. Last item is, it's the last item because it's the most recent spawn. So instead, recently, RETENCLY, that doesn't look right. Recently, recently, spawned item, better. There we go. Makes sense. Oh, good. I'll take it. And let's see. When I don't know where I was writing, I just Control+Z to undo and the redo. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I do. Because usually it'll bring you back to where you were. And you got it. Was that the right spelling? It didn't feel right. And the match is starting. See you guys. No worries, Rodrigo. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. I hope you have a lovely time watching the match. Sounds like sports. So let's see. Player dot collect item, spawn item. Makes sense. And then we just say utility player has been given item name, item. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then create item. So we take the item type, we take the item name, and the icon index. And then we can say var new item equals make the new item, add the new item, do all of these things, and then add it as a child and set the values. Makes sense. And you can return item from create item instead, so you don't have to indirectly get it from get child. Hold on. Do you mean like this? And then like this? It doesn't do a return though. It doesn't return the item. That's why I'm doing the get child. We would have to do like a, I guess you would do return, right? I think that would work. Though, is it making a duplicate? And memory allocation wasn't usually my thing with the pointers as well. Is it like duplicating a pointer? Is it showing it to like if I return an item like that and then return item? Is that the same thing? And then we do item, return item, new item. And then we could just do create item and then do spawned item equals you, like that. Does that work out? Or, I guess as well, right? Just to be on the safe side, or I don't think Godot duplicates in this case. Maybe not. We can always try. And I wonder why there isn't a find last command. Is there? Maybe I just don't know about it. Spawned, or hold on, let's see. Oh, I forget what it was. Children, find item. Find last. Okay. Maybe if we make an array, right? A var, the test array. And then we'll do you, equals. You can just do you, I think. I think that works. And then test dot find last.
Lord Vandor once subscribed on YouTube.
And thank you to Lord Vander for the subscription, blah, 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 blah. For the subscription on YouTube, and welcome to the stream. Nope.
Crow 128
well,
subscribed
Crow.
on
Thank
YouTube.
you. Welcome in. Welcome to testing. And this one showed up on screen. See? It weird. I don't know, but I'm gonna have to try and how to kill orphan children. Sounds about right when it comes to pointers. let's see, create item, so spawn item. This makes sense, yeah. I can see this being a lot better. And then we create item, do these guys here, and hi, cool modern Jaden. That's not how you say it, and I can try again, but welcome in, and hello there. Hi, hello. Let's see, create item, all these guys here. Yep, okay. And then for our create dish, we have some funny business going on here. We take a spell and your dish grade. Okay, so if the spell isn't good, if the dish isn't good, then fail to spawn dish. That makes sense. And would there be another alternative? I think this is fine. Returning a pointer would be possible and would be, I don't know that word, but I don't know. There's lots of alternatives. That's the thing. For example, right? Maybe we just return the child, the last child. We could return that there as well. I don't know which one, but well, you know what? Let's see. Create item. Let's just do that. Why not see it? What's got to offer? The levels, right? Go into here, grab an object. Works out well. You go there, grab an object. Put you here, or actually, let's grab you there, and then let's grab you here. It seems to not break it. I'm gonna go ahead and delete you. Yeah, it seems to work out well. Okay. And, yes, I gotta kill this child to get in moray later. Oh, I don't know those words. Let's see. Okay, so from here, if we're good to go, if we've passed the test of everything being valid, then we can continue. So we make a new dish. We then set the values of the dish, and then we add the dish as a child. After that, we set the true to the dish being on the spellcasting table. We set the make perfect dish to false utility, Gaia, which makes sense as this make perfect item is a debug. So if I need to check for a perfect item or not, that's why that's there. And it's setting it to false because we already updated it. And then from here, spellcasting plate, use item, new dish. What this plate is doing, it's equipping the dish so that it is the center. And we don't need the plate gain item. And then from here, what we do is we set the new dish global position to the global position of where we are. And then we also print the type. I don't think we need the print anymore. We're good to go. This makes sense. This all makes sense. And how to kill orphans to prevent resource starvation. Oh, let's see. That's even worse. Let's see. Delete item to delete. Queue free. What was the thing we used again for the customers, right? Can I remember it? It started with a D, I think, right? I don't remember. Let's go back to the customers and check. Customer manager, defer. Call defer. That was it, right? So I would do item.delete, call defer, call _ deferred, and then I would do queue free. Like this, or was it with or without the brackets? I think it is call deferred though. As far as the brackets are concerned, I'm not too sure. So let's see. Customer profile, customer manager. Where are we at with delete customer? You had no brackets. Okay, so no brackets it is. And let's go here and do here. Lovely to see. Good news. Okay, so delete item, good to go. Item to delete, take interactable. And then from here, spawn dish at player's position. What we do is we grab the dish type, we grab the flavor combo, we grab the grade, makes sense. Then we make the new dish. Am I seeing another repeat? Kinda, sorta. We have the new dish. We have the new dish set values, which is the same thing. And then we also have add child. And then we set the global position to player. So if we really wanted to, we could grab this guy here and move him into another, another function. I guess that would be a good idea to do. This create dish though is create dish. So there is an argument because this is a duplicate. This guy and this guy, pull them. Can I do alt, I think? This guy and this guy, or no, is it alt, I think. Yeah, these guys are duplicates. However, for me at least, I like to follow the rule of 3. So if it doesn't show up 3 times, then I don't have to. We did it earlier because I think it was an easy enough change. This guy here, it might take some change in the name. For example, create dish. Isn't that what this code is doing, creating the dish? So then would it be create dish and spawn dish? Yeah, create dish, build to spawn. So this is more of a create and spawn dish. So I guess, right? In a way, this would be better to say func spawn dish. Spawn dish. And then what we would do is grab these guys here. Like this, I'm thinking. Spawn dish. And then from here, we would also have create dish. And this spawn dish is create dish. Spawn dish. Create and spawn dish, maybe. Create and spawn dish. Create and spawn dish. Something like that. And I panicked when you said rule of 3. Like you do something crazy. No. I'm just saying if it appears 3 times, you might want to move it into its own thing. But sometimes there's cases where you don't want to. And again, the rule of 3, it's not a hard rule. If you don't want to do the rule, you don't gotta. Because again, this is your code. You can do whatever you want. Can you imagine the possibilities? They're endless. So let's say spawn dish, create item. I'm going to make this instead create and spawn dish. And then it's going to be void like this. And then from there, in this create item, we can do failed to create dish. And then we can go ahead and do you here. And then we can go and grab you here, and then you here. So return, and we'll do return null, I think would be fine to do. And then from there, let's see. Create item. And this is your code. You can make 1,000 if statements if you want, but I will judge you for it. Exactly. But I mean, can't be judged if you never show off the code. But you know what? I take pride in the fact that I'm learning as I'm going. A lot of this stuff, maybe not the most optimized, but it's mine, and I shall treat it with as much kindness as I can give it. As the fact I was able to write these things to begin with, that's a lot more than just thinking about it. I did it, and now I'm doing it again because I have better ideas. I really do enjoy it. So let's see, create item, this guy here, right? And then we do create and spawn item. Oh, no, yep. There we go, create item. And then we take our, let's see, item, icon type, icon type, we need the created spell and dish grade. Do you need the created spell and dish grade? Dish type, dish flavor, dish combo, dish grade. Yeah. So this would take a bit to modify. So my answer to that idea earlier is maybe it's okay. We don't have to have it. It's fine to have that duplicate. Because again, I think it would be more work to figure out a new system and new rearranging and functions and all of those things for a problem that's just there and there. I think it's fine. Nothing to what is it, split ends of that? I think that's the saying. So I think we can cross item manager off our list, which will just leave customer manager, and then we can continue. So let me bring you back into console just very quickly to make sure we're doing things. And I did that. Lovely. Okay, so customer manager, or no, item manager. Next up will be customer manager, and then managers will be done. And then we have objects, set dressing, target, cafe itself, all these guys. And no need to split hairs. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you, Paula. Yeah, no need to split hairs. Let's see. I think, though, since we really are a little bit over time, I don't mind a little bit, like I said. Let me bring you back into this screen here. And let's see. There we go. And timer. Okie dokie. Saying all of that, though, if you enjoyed this, we'll be doing the same exact thing. Same exact thing tomorrow. I stream from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. EST. I stream myself doing programming once a week, and I also stream myself doing pixel art once a week. And since my game is a rhythm typing cafe game, I also stream myself making music. And a nice fun thing is that today, I hosted the last few weeks, I've hosted a music jam. So people have been coming up with ideas to add music wizard classes, things of that nature into my game. The jam will end in a few hours. And next week, we will be looking over the jam submissions. So we'll have a music and also another refactoring stream if I don't get around to refactoring more code this week. So that'll be fun things to look forward to next week. Saying that, though, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I always like seeing if we can rate someone else. Rating's always really fun, too. If you're on YouTube, though, that'll be it for me. So again, I'll go to the end screen, and then I'll come back. Saying that, though, and Jim is over according to the site, I gotta figure out how to count time. Military time always gets me. If it's not like a 20, which is 10, I think. I'll take a look at that now, Paula. Thank you for notifying me. Saying that, though, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope to see you sometime, soon, someday. And it was really cool making the music for the jam. It's the first time I'm part of one. Oh, I'm really excited, though. I'm super excited. I'll catch you all next time, though. Let's see. Ending. Yeah, that's the button. Okay. See you all soon. Yes.